Welcome to week 3 of league play in the Nace Star League. I am Nurse, and on my right, I am joined by the prestigious Maximus. How are you doing today, Maximus?
I'm doing fantastic, Nurse. I hope you're doing good as well. Surviving in this current winter surge we got going on outside, but it's warm in here because we got Smash Brothers tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited. And, like I said, week 3, this is when those teams are really going to want to set themselves apart from the pack. Starting, with a 3-0 coming into the start of the season sets you up really well for the season going forward. And so we're going to take a quick look at the schedule today and see the teams that are going to be facing off. Lawrence Tech versus Shawnee up first, and then Old Dominion versus Shenandoah up later. And honestly, Maximus, Shenandoah is the team I'm looking at today, as they had a great run last season.
Yeah, similar vein. The two teams that always stuck out to me when watching Nace Star League was both Shawnee State and Shenandoah. They always seemed to be on stream and always gave really, really good matches. Lawrence Tech, a team that's from my neck of the woods, repping in Michigan. So gonna be interesting to see how they compete against a team that had such a good, against Shawnee State, who also had a very good season last year.
Yeah, and like I said, this is that moment where teams are going to want to set themselves apart. They're going to want to get those wins, and as far as I know, other than Shawnee, who hasn't played yet, all of these teams have at least 1 or 2 wins under their belt, and so we should be seeing some high-level action coming from teams that are doing well in this bracket already.
Perfect. And I know I'm looking at the roster here for Shawnee State, looking at the roster for Lawrence Tech. I see some unique character choices as I, did a little research here. From Lawrence Tech, you do have Bird, Dugatar, Stowed, Thief of Void, and I'm sorry, very glitchy.
Yeah.
One of those two. I will be corrected on Twitter, don't you worry about it. And Shawnee State has Waywardness, Atlas, Space Miner, Echo Force, and Clown Tims, who is new this year. New for this season, I believe.
Yeah, they actually said we're adding the GOAT. Get Clown Tims in here.
Yes.
Get Clown Tims in here. See what happens. I'm excited, man. Like I said, that 1-0 versus the 0-0 Shawnee starting the season, hopefully for them off strong, but Lawrence Tech wanting to build that lead. And I think this game has pretty big implications as for going forward, who's feeling comfortable and who's not.
Yeah, I feel like if Lawrence Tech pulls out the win in this one, they sort of establish themselves as, taking it over a team that did very, very well last semester. So, and Shawnee State trying to pick up right where they left off, take one, get that 1-0, get off start on the right foot for this semester. So really, this is going to be a very, like you said, a very important one going into the rest of the season.
Yeah, not only that, I think, it's worth going over the rules real quick for those who aren't familiar and just saw those 5 players up on the board there. These are taking place in a crew battle type format. So, best of 3 in terms of crew battles, but once one player loses, they lose those 3 stocks. The next player is sent in until all 5 players have lost all of their stocks. We're going to see an example of it right now because we're hopping in faster than anyone could have hoped for with Stone versus Waywardness, Ridley versus Zelda, and we're into game 1.
This is Wi-Fi. This is what we've been missing since COVID. These are the kind of matchups people don't really see much very often in an offline setting, let alone an online setting. So the big body versus the setup sort of trap-like gameplay of Zelda. How do you think about this? What do you think about this matchup?
I think this is a tough matchup for Ridley pretty much across the board. One of the great things about Zelda is her ability to set up a zone and keep characters outside of that zone. The huge size of Ridley is going to allow her to do this even easier than what she would be able to with other characters. And his inability to get off the ledge can prove really hard for her. But when you're able to land big hits like that, it doesn't quite matter so much.
No, Stowed coming out hot here with an early start and trying to make the most of Ridley's deceptively light weight. It's not a very good combination for somebody that's lighter than you expect and also a very big target to hit. But so far, Stowed has been doing a great job of avoiding a lot of sort of the Zelda stuff, but the horizontal elevator, or the up B, is going to take first stock off Stowed.
Yeah, and I think it's worth mentioning again, just as you said it, Ridley is on the lighter end of the heavyweight characters. And when I say lighter end of the heavyweight characters, I mean he's not even a heavyweight. He's lighter than Samus. This leads to situations where a character like Zelda, who's, you know, fair, back air, up B, have insane kill power, really is going to be dying way earlier than it looks like he should. The DI mix-up? Okay, Stode knows the DI out on the backwards facing down throw to not get kill confirmed there.
Down smash not going to land either, as now just setting up that Phantom, letting it run wild here. There's a big nair off stage. How are you going to avoid it? Ridley's wings and the side B making easy work of that recovery. A forward tilt, and now let's see what Stode can do with the opponent off stage.
Yeah, I'm kind of wishing Waywardness would actually take the time to set up the Phantom a little bit earlier, just like this, instead of going for that early side B, because you can trap Ridley at the ledge here so much easier. We've also seen Stode hang on the ledge long enough for his invincibility to run out multiple times. Waywardness can actually convert off of that with a down tilt into a forward air for a really early kill, so I'm interested to see if he's going to be able to pick up on that. But as I'm just talking away, Stode takes the stock and Waywardness evens it right back up.
This is back and forth as back and forth can be. One stock gone and then right back to the other one. Not really getting away and creating space while your opponent's like still invulnerable. Trying to reset neutral, but good job from both players. Just like good job from Waywardness to just answer right back from that down smash from Stode. And now you see just how fast damage can ramp up from run away.
And that is exactly what I'm talking about. We're one game in and I premonitioned that. Waywardness picked up on the lack of ledge invincibility due to Stode overcommitting to that ledge hang. We saw the down tilt actually confirm into the early Phantom off of that ledge hang invincibility going away, and then the side B coming out to secure that stock. So great recognition coming out of Waywardness to see that habit and capitalizing it on such a in such an effective way.
Yeah, and you just saw it at the start of that third stock. As soon as Waywardness got their first little combo starter, out of nowhere, Stode just sort of rocketed up to like 71, 91%. And then a great job of just sort of sending, I've never seen the fireball move that fast, but just sending it out straight towards Stode off screen and it landing like right on the button to take the third stock. And, that's kind of what we saw a lot from Waywardness last season. And so far, not much changed. Still a very, very scary Zelda.
Yeah, man. And Zelda's one of those characters you don't see too often, and when you fight one, a lot of the times it's like getting kicked in the stomach when you didn't expect it. It's like that especially with forward air and back air, those moves come out in 6 frames. They're 6 frames. They're fast. You can almost use them as combo breakers due to how Zelda's hurt box actually shifts once you throw them out, and they hit about as hard or harder than Falcon's knee. So if you're not ready for those moves, she's gonna catch you by surprise. You
sort of almost equate it to like an Ike type playstyle where you know what they're gonna do. What the tools they have. It's just a matter of if you get hit, all of a sudden you could just sort of explode at any time. Like down throw, up air, you get it. It's sort of an explosion fireball, but dang, does it really have to hit that hard? And it just goes to show you, like, you have to maneuver around that, like you said, that zone that Zelda wants to set up. And if you get through it, you have to make the most of every opportunity.
Yeah, and this is what I always talk about with characters, especially like Zelda's such a great option as far as like this topic, but it's characters where you know what to do with it. You know what to do against them, you know what their game plan is, but actually doing that is much easier said than executed. And so Zelda really capitalizes on mistakes. And speaking of capitalizing on mistakes, I don't think any character does it better than Steve.
No, and so Dugatar coming out here throwing me for a loop, because in the research I found they are not typically a Steve. I believe they may be picking up Steve for just for the season because they know how strong the character is, but typically Dugatar known for playing a Wii Fit in tournament. So, but Dugatar only has 1 stock to get rid of, and already we're kind of seeing that thing of, if you have 1 stock to get rid of, do you spend a lot of time setting up and mining? And right now Dugatar's taking a lot of unnecessary damage.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We actually saw Dugatar land the grab and not go for a down throw, instead opting for a back throw. So kind of like you were saying, maybe showing a little bit of inexperience with the character, but inexperience and experience, I guess, man. We're seeing the Steve forward smashes come out in droves, the mining in the corner, and Waywardness trying to find an answer for this stock. He will on the forward smash.
Yeah, this is sort of a situation where if you've seen like Dogatar has great resources for this character in the state because of, local players like Raymond Noodles or number 6 in the world, Onan, just being on the other side of the state. You have a lot of good resources to look up at this character. And by the time you reach like 60 at this level percent, you typically don't want to still be on wood tools. And finally, now upgrading to stone, it's a little bit of iron here. At 102, this Zelda is pretty much dead from an up smash, but you don't want to be too greedy to just let him rip whenever.
And I think this is really showcasing what we were talking about in terms of Zelda being a character that capitalizes on mistakes. Being said, Steve does whatever he wants, man. I don't care. That's good job.
Is this
down air up smash?
Standing on top of it? Did Dogatar mean to clip the top of Waywardness? The world may never know, but Nurse, is this character, correct me if I'm wrong, but is this character still getting buffed every 48 hours?
Yeah, of course, man. We find something new. We find something new to give him every couple hours. But as I was saying, Waywardness actually looked very strong in that game, and I think part of that is attributed to maybe this inexperience that was coming out on this Steve. Zelda is a really strong character at exploiting inexperience or exploiting certain things that you don't know about the matchup with moves that hit insanely hard. And I think, LTU is happy that it didn't lose more than an extra stop off the back of that game, because with Steve at about 80%, it could have gone.
Yeah, there were just so many possibilities, like especially on PS2, like an elevator would have killed at that percent. So there was just, good job from Dogatar to really close it out and get that F smash needed at the end. But excellent job from Waywardness to do the job we all set out to do in a crew battle. You originally just want to come in with the mindset of taking 3, move on to the next one. But if you get that
theirs in a sense. They got theirs in a sense.
Exactly.
They traded themselves. They're good to go. 1 of 5 down on their account plus an extra stock. I think, like I said, you can't really hope for a better spot than that, especially from your first player setting you up for success off of a blind pick. So I think, Shawnee's probably feeling pretty good about this so far.
Yeah, and now it's trying to think of who you send in next, because they have Atlas on the Pac-Man, they have Space Miner on the Toon Link, legendary Toon Link in the Naystar League, Echo Force in the Joker, and then new player for this semester, Clown Tims, who, from my research, I found is a Falco player.
Yeah, send him in. Honestly, Clown Tims sounds hilarious, man. I want to see this guy go in.
I want to see Clown Tims is probably, in case of emergency, break glass and send in Clown Tims kind of situation.
Yeah. He's
the ultimate closer.
He's the closer. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I think Falco is not that bad against Steve. Because of Steve's actual aerial drift and ability to get out of combos, Falco is able to follow him in the air pretty nicely. He's also able to use laser to kind of stuff out minecart and even reflect minecart. The problem comes when Falco's trying to recover. It gets pretty bad. But if the Falco player is confident in the combo game, then there's something to do there. But we are getting word from the voice above that Atlas is coming in with a Pac-Man on the slide, and I think, honestly, that this is a good choice as well.
Yeah, so I agree with this so much, because what we saw a lot from Dogatar that first set was a lot of minecart, and not just really sending out minecart for the command grab, but also riding in minecart. And as this character gets more and more prevalent, people focus on how to exactly counter this character more and more. Contesting Steve riding in minecart is a very, very important thing. All of Pac-Man's fruits, even fair. I feel like this character is going to have a much easier time compared to a lot of your teammates. Possibly Toon Link has a good job of it too, of really contesting Steve, riding in minecart, throwing out minecart, dealing with a lot of the Steve shenanigans. Because, how do you face cheese? You throw some more cheese at it.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't even think it's cheese. I think part of it is that kind of resource management game. Right? Mm-hmm. Steve is a character that heavily relies on resource management. He wants to take time to set up that wall and mine resources so that he has access to his best move, so that he has access to his comeback mechanic. But Pac-Man is a character that also benefits from being left alone. right? You know, being able to charge the bonus fruit, make sure you have the key, make sure you have the bell, make sure you have the Galaga, whatever it is when you need it, means that counterpicking Steve with Pac-Man means both these characters are going to have opportunities to be at their strongest. And so to me, it kind of sounds like a confidence pick. It's saying, you know, I'm going to be better. At my best, I'm going to be able to outplay you. I'm going to be able to use my tools more effectively, and we're going to make it happen.
Plus, just allowing Steve to, you know, like you said, Steve builds the wall, sits behind it, just starts digging a hole. And Pac-Man has the ability to really just contest that wall a lot with, you know, like from a range that normally we see Steve's, like, as soon as somebody runs up and attacks that wall, they're hitting through it with an F smash or something else. Pac-Man can just sort of sit back and chuck oranges at you, or apples, or cherry, or whatever, really, just to do damage to that wall and get through it. And then, you know, one move, and then you get a lightning fast fair to the face. So it's going to be an interesting one to see here. I do like your thoughts on it being a confidence pick, because at a Pac-Man's best, where you're really looking. I mean, we've all seen T just do crazy things with the character, and I expect Atlas to do no different as we get onto FD right here. Oh, he's doing a little dance for us.
I so often forget that Pac-Man actually has a crouch, and before this gets started, Dugatar needs to remember that they need to SD briefly. Oh, they did already.
No.
I'm
yeah,
crazy.
Doug
That already happened. That already happened. They're starting off the edge of the taunt, and already, like I said, we're seeing that charge game come out. Both these guys trying to get this resource management flowing, trying to get these Galagas going, and setting out the hydrant, looking for these kind of big combo pieces, because, you know, I wouldn't want to fight Steve with nothing in the bag, and in the same vein, I wouldn't want to fight Pac-Man without a minecart or anvil to bail me out.
And now looks like Pac-Man had. Oh, and there goes Key. Hate to see it, but you know, it happens to the best of us.
Just missed the B reverse. It happens.
Roll in on ledge.
All right.
Now here comes Bell.
And now this is getting scary. We're seeing the Pac-Man Classic where they just kind of run in a line trying to bait some sort of movement to get the bell to hit. Recatch on the melon, and all right, it looked like something tricky was in the works there from Atlas, but it doesn't really pan into too much. That being said, 90% F smash will certainly kill, and that makes Bell just that much more dangerous at this percent.
Bell there, or you know, Key as well, but Key just sort of disappearing there on that first one.
Yeah, the Key actually hit the water and bounced backwards, and so the timing just a little bit off there from Atlas. And again, could have capitalized on the air dodge, but just missing that timing, but will not miss the timing on the leg of smash. That move lasts a hot second, especially if you miss.
Yeah, Dugatar not afraid to just let it rip. And at that moment, this is kind of where we're seeing Dugatar kind of struggle, is like, okay, can't really get anything started, doesn't even get like an up tilt or anything, just sort of lazily throwing out minecart, trying to contest with Pac-Man's options, but Atlas is cooking. Yeah,
and Atlas is really going for, especially in neutral and coming out of advantage, that kind of weird Pac-Man mix-up game where they do short hop fair and then they either double jump or do a nair. The point is to keep you guessing on when you can actually drop shield and when it's safe to do anything, and throwing the bell into the water is going to propel it forward to Dugatar. If you didn't see that one before, you've seen it now, my guy.
Exactly. Pac-Man with them big red rubber boots, and I mean,
those are expensive, man.
Yeah, those are like $350.
Easy. He's dripped out. He's dripped out.
Dripped out, making just classy drip plays like that, and yeah, those are one of those situations where, like, did you know Pac-Man could do it? You do now.
Yeah. That's like I was saying. And like you were saying as well, Pac-Man is a character with a lot of gimmicks. And I mean, to be fair, Steve is too. And it kind of becomes a battle of, have you seen this before? Do you know what to do about it? And are you going to be able to implement the proper counterplay? That being said, that's a big lead now taken in this crew battle. And I'm hearing again from the other side that Pichu is going to be the next character we're seeing. And I think...
Yes.
I think it's risky. I'll tell you that much. I would not want to be the Pichu player that was running into a Pac-Man.
Well, from my research, Thief of Void, this is somebody that hasn't dropped Pichu throughout the entirety of the game. Like, they picked up Pichu when Pichu was strong, and they've kept with Pichu through this whole time. So, I would imagine Thief of Void gonna do pretty solid in this, but yeah, just go back to that last one. I was curious because we didn't actually see a whole lot of building from Dugatar. I think, like you said, that goes back to this being still an early form of them learning Steve, so they're not really the most confident and have, being able to build a wall like lickety split under their fingers yet. But with time, those kind of things come. And looking forward to the future, this Pichu is a curious pick because we haven't seen much Pichu in any shape or form in a long time. So it's gonna be an interesting one.
One thing that is particularly tough about this matchup is the fact that Pac-Man can set up the hydrant and start charging behind the hydrant, and Pikachu or Pichu's typical response to Pac-Man doing that is to beat a Thunder Jolt it and then come in with an attack. The problem with Pichu is that his Thunder Jolt, it hurts him. And so if Pac-Man simply just keeps setting up this hydrant, keeps setting up this wall, and Pichu has to keep knocking it down, Pac-Man is not only winning neutral, but he's actually getting damage on the board for it.
Literally free damage just given to you by your opponent. And okay, good job from that. I did not know. Actually interrupting the...
Oh my gosh, and Pichu's lightweight, that is the only character that would have killed at that percent.
From all the way across center stage too, you getting this character is so light, but now it's really up to Thief of Void to try and get anything started and just sort of stop the bleeding on this deficit.
Yeah, and as you talk about stopping the bleeding, we have to pay attention to the stock count at the top of the screen. Shawnee is taking a substantial lead in this crew battle, and if that forward smash had sweet spotted on either attempt, that definitely would have been the stock. That being said, signs of life coming out of Thief of Void, but honestly, they need more than just a stock or two here.
Yeah, they need somebody to go on a tear, and as a Pichu, it's a lot easier said than done, especially with Atlas cooking up here, just being so elusive. It's something that not a lot of people notice out of Pac-Man until you play. Is character can sometimes be very, very hard to even hit.
Yeah,
okay, down smash ledge is gonna
down smash, really smart option coming out. There are parts of down smash that actually have iframes, and so using it to trap landings is actually a more creative and sometimes better option than you might think it be. That being said, the tricky bell play. How do you get around this hydrant, man?
Your answer is good as mine. I have no clue. I'm still trying to figure it out after how many years this game's been out. Oh, I still get cooked by Pac-Man.
It's a tough one.
Okay, there you go.
I think at this point, if Thief of Void is able to take another stock, you're pretty happy. If Thief of Void is able to take the next two stocks, you are over the moon if you are Lawrence Tech right now. But Atlas looking like they want more than just this stock. They want this game and some. It's starting to look dire.
Yeah, it's starting to exponentially. I don't know. There was something there. I forgot the word to it. My bad. But back throw at center stage, not going to do much here. But there's the bell. Don't want to get hit by it. Okay, now Pichu with bell. What will it do? It lands?
Convert!
Okay.
Please! Unfortunately,
possibly a misinput on the down B?
Yeah, definitely. They were trying to do a falling up tilt, which you can actually convert into a down B if you get the forward-facing hitbox. Unfortunately, I don't think they got the right hitbox or the down B, so that came out looking a little weird. But I like the idea because it would have killed if it had worked.
Oh, and then another back throw from ledge. Coming with side B, bell again. Don't want to jump. You jumped into it.
Yeah. And that's such a tough percentage to be at because you're getting to the point where back throw kills. You're getting to the point where melon kills, where apple kills, where orange off stage will kill, where up air will kill high enough, where back air will kill. Because you're so light, all of these moves that don't typically kill until 150, 160 with Pac-Man start becoming a threat at 130 or 135. And it makes all the difference, honestly, because the Galaga combos and Pac-Man's just combo kind of damage racking don't actually change that much on Pichu. It's still strong.
It's basically just a faster line to taking a stock. That one little Galaga combo start and then dang. It's just Pichu. You kind of see the reason why we haven't seen this character in so long.
Yeah, I mean you do, and one of the unfortunate things about it is kind of like Roy or Fox. Pichu has to play aggressively. Pichu has to play fast, they have to play in your face, they have to play for the combo game, and in Smash Ultimate, doing that, I'm gonna be honest, it's harder. It's harder than playing slow. You know, it requires a lot of precision, it requires a lot of matchup knowledge, and it requires a lot of knowledge of just your own character and how to mix people up, and so it's hard to make Pichu work in the current meta, especially against a character like Pac-Man. And now, you know, coming in as the last chance for Lawrence Tech, we're seeing Ness against the Pac-Man. And while I don't love the matchup, I think it probably would have been better than Pichu.
Yeah, it's because Pichu is that character, like you said, the game plan is be aggressive, kill you faster than I can kill myself. And beneath that, there's also like you have to be precise with your aggressiveness, because throw out the wrong move too many times, you're just racking up percentage on yourself. So you have to be. You not only have to be, because you know you can fight Ghost as Roy all day, and you're not going to do anything to yourself, really. Yeah. But if you try and fight Ghost as Pichu, eventually you're just going to rack up enough percent on yourself that your opponent just has to breathe on you when you lose a stock. So right now, though, enough of Pichu as we're seeing Burr on the Ness come in, and it looks like players are ready to go.
This would have to be a Herculean comeback out of the side of Lawrence Tech. 8 stocks to 3 means Burr has to take out not only the last 2 stocks of Atlas, who has been looking unstoppable this crew battle, but also all 3 stocks of the next 2 players in the rotation. I think it's a big ask, Max Camus. I think it's a really big ask.
It's, you know, it's a mountain, but how do you climb any mountain one step at a time? So, and right now, Burr just got to get that first stock to get things going, but at 73%, things are already taking a turn. I
was about to say, man, you say one step at a time, and I'm looking at him already tripping. There's only so much damage you can afford to take, and if anything had to be clean, it really was this one. A huge read there. I really like that, actually. I think Burr recognizes the situation that they're in and is willing to try and make big plays off of the back of it.
I mean, just like Ness, sometimes you got to swing for the fences. But, you know, sometimes you got to strike out. You're going to strike out like that.
And that's tough. I don't know what exactly they were swinging at. They wanted the reflector off of the bat, but letting it rip way too early let Atlas actually convert off of a key from pretty much the entire stage away. And now the percentage is almost even despite the early stock lead.
Now the strawberry combos too. I'm telling Atlas has been making the best fruit salad since the Wiggles today. So it's been pretty good going for him, as now Bell is out again, has it in hand. What's going to be the play here from Burr? At least hoping to at least get these 2 stocks off Atlas, but all the way across stage, not dead yet.
Man's actually said yummy yummy at the end of that combo, man. Atlas right now desperately trying to make something happen. We keep seeing these forward smashes come out to get the reflector, but if I'm being honest, I don't think that's enough right now. I think Burr needs to make a miracle happen.
Yeah, you're killing me, Smalls, because right now, if you're out here playing Sandlot ball, but sometimes man's just kind of striking out a little too much. You're betting it on the farm, unfortunately, but it looks like the bank has come to collect.
Not this time, my friend, not this time. And what looked like a mountain to climb has seemingly become a staircase to the heavens, man. I don't know if it's doable at this point, but Burr is going to give it everything they got. One last go for the people, and that's even stocks. This one is doable, and I think if you're able to take out Atlas, 2 stocks at the very least, you could feel good going into the next set.
There's back throw at ledge once again. Oh, a little cheeky waveland from Atlas, trying to, you know, show off stuff that you can do on Wi-Fi as well. Now, the apples would always gets me. It's the knuckleball of the Pac-Man's fruits.
The change-up, if you will. Yeah.
I would call the melon the change-up, but yeah, good point.
I feel you, man. I feel you. The fruit that flies at a different pace can actually really mess you up, especially if you don't know how it interacts with the water of the hydrant or how it interacts when you throw it up. The apple actually comes back down.
Does. Right.
And it's the only one other than the bell that does that.
And then the melon use like so slow, but you throw that thing in the water and then you can make that go supersonic speeds.
Yeah, and both the melon, the orange, and the apple will kill at this percent. So Burr needs to be very careful about where the next hit comes from, and back throw might even be enough to do it here. Not quite. We get the sparks, but the fake kill screen strikes again. This apple could be deadly and doesn't actually place the trampoline close enough. That was a great idea, but 200% is a doable to orange. He's still alive.
Doesn't need his OJ. He's had too much. But okay. Oh, there's the apple again.
No, messes it up again. No way.
The melon
That's how it is.
The melon just clips the top of Ness's hat. Oh my goodness.
I mean,
my gooseness.
I mean, Herculean effort from Atlas to stay alive on that last stock, but the barrage of fruit was just too much. And we're seeing Shawnee taking that first crew battle very convincingly with, what was it, 7 stocks to spare?
That's so much. And I think what we saw at the very end with the trampoline shenanigans, I think what Atlas was going for was you can set up, I don't think fruit will bounce on it, but I know the hydrant will. The hydrant bouncing on the trampoline is a great mix-up. Maybe, who knows? We'll see Atlas land game number 2. But as it stands currently, we're going to go on a quick 5-minute break. And we're back.
Here we are. We are back with Nate's Star League. We're here for set 2 of the best of 3 set between Lawrence Tech and Shawnee. In case you missed it, set 1 went to Shawnee with a pretty staggering 7 stocks left in the bank. And so, you know, the beauty of a best of 3 set is that there's room for counterpick, there's room for adaptation, and there's room for adjustment. But it's going to have to be quite a bit of all 3 of those things if Lawrence Tech wants to come out on top of this.
Yeah, you saw Atlas just sort of turn into like a bulldozer through the entire Lawrence Tech team, going through Thief's Pichu, Dugatar's Steve as well, and Burr's Nest. So, and from what we're hearing, Atlas is coming out first for the second set. So good on Shawnee sticking with the hot hand, but it's really going to be up to Lawrence Tech to really, how do you get to see the rest of Shawnee's team? Because so far they've only seen Waywardness and Atlas. They have no idea who they would send in next, whether it would be Space Miner, Echo Force, or Clown Tims. So
yeah,
it's going to be interesting. It's a tall order, but I think Lawrence Tech's up.
I mean, what's tough about this is you mentioned Atlas is going first as we enter this next series for Shawnee State, but Thief of Void is who is going in first for Lawrence Tech, and so we're going to see that Pac-Man Pichu matchup again. And I mean, one can only hope that Thief of Void came through with a couple of pointers, came through with a couple of kind of knowledge pieces, so that they're able to get themselves back into that game and perform a little bit better. But if I'm Lawrence Tech, I'm a little disappointed with how this initial counter pick kind of shook out. And if Thief of Void is not able to put up a better performance than their first try against Atlas, it can be an early lead for Shawnee State in a crew battle that'll be tough to overcome.
The goal, obviously, is you want to take 3. But if you take 2, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, you want to set up your team for at least more success than you could last time. Because last time, did Atlas even make it to his last stock?
No.
Last time? So.
No, wait. Yes, he did. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
He was on last stock.
Burr took 1. So, you want to get 3 in an ideal situation, but there's nothing wrong with taking 2 and then sort of giving a layup to your teammate to be like, okay, you just got to take 1 and then we move on. So, that's why I love crew battles. There's so much mental game that goes into it. As we see here on FD, no platforms in sight. It's Thief of Void versus Atlas.
Honestly, I think the lack of platforms will actually end up working out in Thief of Void's favor. What Atlas was able to do a lot on a stage with platforms is set up that hydrant underneath the platform. That makes it harder for Pichu to come from that above angle and actually contest the hydrant. That being said, we're seeing a lot of damage racked up initially, and 1 bell already is more than enough to kill Pichu.
At 105, literally not even 30 seconds into the game. Things are not looking good off the start.
All right, setting up the hydrant right now, falling out of the forward air and having a forward air of their own ready. Back throw now will kill by the ledge as well. The melon will kill, and Atlas is looking for some sort of setup. And honestly, something that's kind of nice right now, being at 150%, Thief of Void will die to nearly anything. So they actually don't have to worry about letting this neutral B rip as much as they would have earlier in the stock, which means there's going to be some additional pressure here, but the bell is going to take the stock.
The bell tolls, and who it tolls? Well, we're going to skip past that. I'm not a literacy major, so, or English major, whatever you want to call it. But it's Atlas time, and
no, okay.
I was about to say, if that killed, my goodness, it is not a good look.
I mean, you say if that killed, I'd say we're well within the realm of this not being a great look. Unfortunately, Atlas is up to a really early stock lead and sitting at only 70%. We're going to need to see a pretty crazy Pichu kill confirm to even up the stocks at this point, and the hitbox extension on the hydrant is going to allow that one to sweet spot.
Yeah, just a okay.
What?
Run up down B, connects, okay.
Whoa!
Gets it on the second one, okay. Okay, Thief of Void showing a little bit of showing a little bit of life here.
Reject
But-
neutral, embrace advantage state.
Yes, more thunders.
The storm's coming, honey, and you better be ready. That being said, there's only so many times that is actually even going to work. And while it's probably, it was good for a stock, it needs to be good for 2 here. And it's doable for Thief of Void. At 93%, they're not healthy, but, they have a chance to make this happen.
They do, and right now, they're still at the percent where, it's Pichu. A light breeze could knock them out. So now it's going to be the percent where it's okay to just keep sort of... Oh my god!
That back throw would have sent into the melon, which would have killed, and the hitbox extension with the Hydra comes in again, and that Pac-Man matchup experience, that Pac-Man knowledge rears its ugly head once again, and Atlas, right now, the king of 2-0 leads.
Yeah, back to where we were last set. Atlas, 2 stocks remaining. How does Lawrence Tech answer? If you're Lawrence Tech, you send in Bird, you send in the Nest that got a stock last time. We haven't seen Stowed. Stowed pretty much had the best showing last set against Waywardness. Do you send in the Ridley against the Pac-Man?
It's really hard to say. We're getting word that Burr is actually coming in with Joker, and it seems like this character pick is specifically designed to get rid of this Pac-Man. That is mission 1, priority 0 at this moment. And like I said, Burr coming in and getting another just kind of 1 stock with the Nest is not good enough at this point. It's not good enough because we know the strength of players like Wayward who are still on the other side of this Pac-Man. And so you need to take this out right now, and you honestly, you can't afford to lose another person off the back of it.
No. Burr is in a situation where it's take 4 or go home. Not really go home, but you know what I mean. Take 4 or everything gets a lot harder. It's really hard to, like we were saying before, it's really hard to climb a mountain when you're starting off in a trench.
Yeah, and the mountain only gets slipperier as more of these Pac-Man stocks are taken, and I think the biggest thing right here is the Joker pick is very feast or famine, where it's either going to work really well and we're going to see Arsene come out, we're going to see a lot of damage come in, we're going to see some early stocks, or we're going to see one Galaga combo get rid of that entire Arsene meter, and we're going to see regular Joker struggle to deal with Pac-Man.
But here we go, off the start. Going a small battlefield as well. Joker's looking cool, but is he feeling it today? Yet to be seen.
I actually really like the cool, the apple regrab combos, because the apple actually sends directly up. You could actually, keep converting off of it past what you would normally expect. The counter is going to come out that allows Arsene to come out, about when it would have anyway. This is where we need to see the value made.
Yeah. At only 3% though, too, and 3% to 82, you got to make the most of it. So far, not seeing much of anything. Atlas doing a very, very good job at staying elusive as Pac-Man. There's the dash attack. Put on a little bit of percentage. And these Galaga combos coming in.
This is what I meant by this pick is very feast or famine. That Arsene had to find value, because now we're seeing these desperation down Bs as regular Joker is going to have a lot of trouble not just racking up the damage on this Pac-Man, but actually killing this Pac-Man, and the stock is lost with only 20% on the side of Atlas, looking to take Shawnee all the way by themselves.
Yeah, and you can sit in Rebels Guard all day, but you still take the damage. You can still be killed from the Rebels Guard. So it's, it's a good idea in theory, but in practice, we saw what happens.
Yeah, and this Arsene has just not found any value. I think we've seen a dash attack hit, and that is it so long as this character has been out. And a miss on the up smash that could have been another stock, but Alice unfazed by that. The tricky angle on Hydrant to catch jump. It's just the knowledge. It's just the knowledge, Maximus.
Exactly. Could have said it better myself. This is just Pac-Man players do too much math. I was telling you this in the break, but they do too much math. They know too many angles. Pac-Man players are the kind of person to just walk around with a protractor for no reason.
Man's hit him with the geometry. There's no doubt about that. And the potential jab block actually missed there, but Burr needs something big here. We need to see this Arsene in particular find value. A back air setting off an offstage situation. Does he commit? No, too high on the forward air. Could have converted with a sour spot, and now finding themselves on the ledge. Both hits of dash attack don't connect. An aggressive down air.
An aggressive F smash as well, and like not really utilizing the lightning quick. There we go. Starting to see some of that back air, but not letting it rip as well. And Arsene's gone at 30%, at 130.
So that's it.
Down air off stage does it. 3 stocks.
Dude. And this is just talking about a situation that went from bad to worse. We saw, Arsene just consistently not find value. And one of the hard things about Joker Pac-Man is how much damage Pac-Man can do in single combos. That huge damage racking ability allows that Arsene meter to drain really, really quickly if you get caught in a Pac-Man combo while Arsene was up. And right at the end, we saw how dire the situation was. And we also saw how much Burr recognized that situation was dire. We saw the back airs, the down airs, the F smashes. Burr was trying desperately to make something happen. And unfortunately, Atlas just knew better.
And very okay. I see why their tag is Atlas now, because my goodness, they are carrying Shawnee State on their back today. They showed up to play. I saw in chat somebody said Atlas definitely ate their Wheaties this morning. So we're seeing that come out in spades as Lawrence Tech sends in the substitute that they brought along today. Very glitchy, playing a Byleth. How do you feel about the Byleth Pac-Man matchup?
I actually like Byleth into Pac-Man. Something that Byleth has against Pac-Man that can prove really useful is a sword with enough range to actually kind of penetrate that wall set up by the hydrant. In terms of forward air, back air, F tilt, down tilt can do the trick, F smash can do the trick. And so Pac-Man has to worry a little bit more about charging fruit, even if you haven't jumped yet, right? Even if you haven't committed to a movement, because of how long your range is. I'm almost kind of wondering why we didn't see this Byleth pick earlier.
Yeah, it's curious because I believe the voice above can correct me if I'm wrong, but they had to lock in their rosters for at least for the first game, and then the second game they can introduce their alternates. Yeah. If that's wrong, please correct me. But so that might be why we didn't see the Byleth the first set, but even now still, it's a case.
Yeah, why after the Joker? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Why not after the Pichu?
Yeah, and unfortunately the Joker did even worse than the Nest did the first time around. The Nest got a stock, the Joker did not, and so unfortunately for LTU, this game is do or die. It just is. It just is. If they are unable to take out Atlas in this game, they lose. If they are able to take out Atlas in this game with 2 to 3 stocks remaining, there's a dream, but it calls for a Herculean effort on the end of Very Glitchy and just a dream.
Yep. Exactly. Couldn't have said it better. But now it's a character that's oh my goodness.
That was so close.
All that down air lands, it might be a kill. It might be.
Yeah. All right, this ledge pressure being set up again. The Galaga coming out, the double hit into the bell. Not expecting it, but the side B trying to convert. If you're ready for that, you can actually convert side B off of the bell. Unfortunately, Atlas a little bit slow on the trigger, but looking to put this stock away, and you might be wondering.
Orange stage spiked?
You actually might be wondering what happened there, because it looked like Very Glitchy actually may have jumped from ledge or something to get hit off the ledge like that. What happens is tethers in Smash Ultimate have less ledge invulnerability than regular ledge grabs, and they get less invulnerability as percentages get higher. So, being at around 100%, Very Glitchy had almost no frames of ledge invulnerability, and the lingering hitbox of that orange was able to stage spike them after a very short amount of time. Ooh!
And there we go, taking out another stock gone off Atlas. And now, like you said, so if Very Glitchy can come out of this with still 2 stocks remaining, there's a dream.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
as it stands, you still are at 77% on your second one and just ate a F smash hydrant. So,
and this will kill. Oh, the flub!
no, wait.
Oh!
No, Byleth, because Byleth recovery.
And if this ends up meaning that Very Glitchy takes this stock, that is potentially a series-defining flub.
It very well could be. Okay, down there. We saw some sparks, but nothing. Okay.
Wow, and that air dodge. Wow, Byleth gets back from that!
Wow.
That's
His
incredible.
character.
Wait, hold! Okay,
Oh, they
there
did
was
let the back
something
air
there.
rip.
There was something there. I would have loved to see a commitment on down here or something. You're just so far behind.
Thought it was going to be a commitment on back air, but okay, Key.
The tricky B reverse. Of course. And the dream just kind of turned into a nightmare Maximus. This is getting worse and worse. Lawrence Tech, 4 stocks left on the board. Shawnee State with a clean 10. This stock needs to be taken. The stock before this needed to be taken. This needed to have ended a minute ago, and unfortunately, Virginia Tech finds themselves now backs further than against the wall.
Oh my gosh, Atlas gets to roll into the waveland. Now,
all right.
Atlas, you play with your food now.
Yeah, he's
Come
actually getting fancy with it for no reason.
Oh, good job avoiding the bell. Okay. Little arrow. No down tilts at ledge though. Probably
out of shield. The little across the stage at 100. Like, tell me that should do that with a straight face. Okay, so Maximus, like I hate to say it because it hurts, but like this is over. Like this is not winnable. Unfortunately, the writing is on the wall, and I'll tell you what, Maximus, I'm reading it. You know what it says? It says Shawnee wins off the back of Atlas taking close to 20 stops.
I'm gonna move the pop filter first. Actually, I'm gonna get real close to the mic so I can say this next part. Lawrence Tech is a fantastic school that I've visited in multiple occasions and can tell you the staff, faculty, students, and especially the esports organization are filled with nothing but wonderful people. That said, my goodness, this looks like a wash.
It's tough, man. It
is tough, but at the end of the day, it's still early in the season. These are the kind of matches that you have to play to really learn the level of competition that you're going to face throughout the entire season. That way you can know exactly how, where to improve.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, after this, Lawrence Tech is going to call up OU. They're going to be like, hey, can we get Trisket over here? Because Trisket, shout out him, another very high-level Pac-Man that's right next door to their college. They could call him over. They could, Trisket, how do we deal with this character? How do we do this kind of stuff? So these are the kind of lessons that teams learn early on and then that carry them through the rest of the season. And from here we could, it's rough, but we learn.
Yeah, and I think what's kind of tough about this is the lesson learned is that you need to practice against Pac-Man. There's not too much more to it than that. And Pac-Man is not the most uncommon character in this league either. Shen who's coming up later today, has Kip the Pac-Man on their team, who's also a very, very talented individual. And so being ready for this matchup is key. You have to know it. Some of the best teams in the league run this character. And so if you're unable to get over 1 at any point in the rotation, you're really handicapping your chances of winning.
Exactly. It's not like say a Wolf or a Joker. Sorry, hold on. Let me say this. It's not like I said the wrong characters. It's not like a Toon Link. It's not like a Lucario. It's not like, those kind of characters that you see once in a blue moon. That's like, do I really need to practice this matchup? No, this is a middle of the road character that's seen very high level success at top tier play with T and so many others that you have the resources to evaluate this character. You have the resources to know, okay, this character has a deep bag of tricks that you have to be ready for at any given time. So luckily there is that many resources for this character that Lawrence Tech can sort of hit back to the lab, do some research now, and we're gonna see if Stode can at least bring in the second character from Shawnee State.
Yeah, they just got to take one. They just got to take one, and dog on it, I believe that they can do it. Dog on it, I believe.
I believe. Any believers in chat?
Yeah.
Show your love to Lawrence Tech.
Stode is about to go in, and there's just about no one in the world that'll stop him.
I mean, you look at what Stode did last set against Waywardness, going blow for blow, and just at the very end, it was one side B. Very well could have been like, there's a universe where Stode wins that first one, and then Stode goes on a 12 stock run or something, instead of, what we've seen with Atlas here. I paused because I thought that was just SD. Now it's Pac-Man.
And that being said, Stode has actually put up one of the better fights that we've seen against Atlas this entire series, and if I'm Lawrence Tech, I'm really regretting not sending him in earlier.
Yeah,
he's gonna take the stock without losing one. Oh my gosh, and talk about learning lessons the hardest way imaginable. That one's gonna sting in VOD review. That one's gonna sting when you go home.
Yeah, because if they kept with their game plan from set one, Stode comes out first. Yeah. Stode comes out and deals with that Pac-Man first, and who would have known? Who knows? But right now, we're gonna see if Stode can do their best Atlas impression and carry Lawrence Tech on their back. Is now they're the last one standing.
Yeah. I mean, quite frankly, for Lawrence Tech to win this, Stode will have to do what we just saw Atlas do in reverse, which means that Stode will also have to come out on top of Waywardness, who defeated them in the first set that we saw at the start of the first crew battle. So it's still an upward battle, but at the very least, if you're Lawrence Tech, you have a little bit of renewed confidence going into kind of your next crew battle with who to send out when and where the Pac-Man weaknesses lie.
Yeah. Now this was a case where I was thinking, do they just give like their other three players the night off and just send in Waywardness again and just hope that Waywardness can take these last three like they did the first time? But no, because the glass has been shattered. Play Stone Cold Steve Austin's music. It's Clown Tim's time. We get Falco, baby. It's Falco time.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, Falco cooks Ridley, and so I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised this pick came out at all. Ridley is the perfect height, weight, everything to get absolutely massacred by Falco combos. And so if there was ever someone that was going to close this one out, I imagine it would be Clown Tim's, and it's looking to put the Clown Tim's on Stode in this match, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, and yeah, right there you're seeing it. The big body getting clipped by those up tilts, both of them, and wow.
Oh, now, commit! Oh!
But still, we tech those. Good job, Stode.
I'm disappointed. Clown Twims has every reason to go insanely hard off stage right now, and I will not accept anything but okay. There you go.
Double dip.
Good job.
Double dipski.
Yeah, one thing that's actually really cool about Falco's down air is they added back in the auto cancel window on the rising short hop, and if you get that sweet spot at higher percents, you can actually convert it while it was rising. So, Clown Tim's well aware of that and able to convert properly off stage.
And once again, this is another character that is no stranger to the Michigan scene. Obviously, we have wonderful players that like Dice at MSU. Thoughts and prayers go out to them.
Oh, nice tech.
Okay, up air. Now we're going to see. Oh, goes for S smash at ledge, not linear, but we still tech those. We still tech those.
Does he do it again? No, he's back. That'll be it.
Yep.
Nice. Stock taken from Stode, and only 46%. Considering that's about the damage equivalent of half of a Falco combo, I think you're probably pretty happy.
Doing pretty good so far. This is a character, like I said, no stranger to the Michigan scene. Shout out Dice. That Stode has probably seen plenty of times. But like you said, this character, Falco was essentially built for fighting against Ridley for some reason. Just in weight, in size, and the way the hitboxes work, this character can just combo. And so far,
ooh, I like the read coming out of Clowntims there. I actually thought that Stode was either going to jump from the ledge or drop down jump from the ledge, and decides to commit off stage with a down air. It's bold, but when it works, it looks really cool. And we talked the first time around when Stode was playing about Ridley's weight. It's a huge factor in this matchup as well, as up tilt back air becomes a kill confirm way earlier than it should be.
Parry there. Nair. Okay, what's the follow up here? Overthrow. Okay.
Ooh,
oh, I like that idea.
Oh, that should have been it! An up smash out of shield would have been able to take the stock, but Clowntims not committing to the option and allowing Stode another chance. The fair, again, not quite enough to do it. Snapping the ledge. What is the option now? The roll!
Read the roll
at the position to catch it, but didn't believe in themselves.
Sometimes you just gotta trust the gut.
Do it again! Up smash!
Smash attacks, let it rip. Okay, soft hit back air.
All right, the fair will do it. Yeah, eventually the fair will kill, and now Clowntim's looking to secure the W with the Falco, unable to get the drag down fair, and will they convert? No! Stode covering the tech with another nair, and Clowntim's unready for the second option.
Okay, here we go. Taking him for a little ride. Taking him all around the stage, but now it's Stode's turn. You messed up a little bit. You gotta, you know, let your opponent play some.
Yeah, it's tough because Clowntims actually should have came out on top of that with probably closer to 80%. And because they messed up that combo, they're actually sitting at the ledge at 52. And so Stode taking full advantage of that messed up advantage state.
I've never seen soft hit nair into dash attack. Oh, wow. Yep.
Wow,
that reaches further back than I thought. I knew it was a fast move. I didn't know it had that range.
Yeah, unironically, these up smash is one of the best in the game. Wow, and the worst DI you've seen today. Going out from Clowntims allows Stode to take another stock, and would you look at that? That's 4 on the board.
4 on the board. And there's a dream. There's a hope and a dream.
I don't know if I would say that, but if I'm Stode, I'm happy to say that I did my part. I'm very happy to say that I did my part.
Is that part in that Disney Channel, like straight to DVD movie where, you know, it's the little, like, you gotta pick yourself up. Think about your father, whatever.
Yeah, it just turns into a Rocky movie. Yeah, it's just...
Get up, Rock.
It ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you get hit and keep on moving.
It's a game of inches.
That's how winning is done. That's how it's... Yeah, we've seen it. We've been there. Unfortunately, Stode on 1 stock, and I'm starting to think it's not about how hard you get hit with 1 stock left, because you don't have a lot of getting up to do.
Now is...
We're seeing Echo Force come out now. Yeah, with Joker.
Shawnee State. I'm gonna say it. I wanted Space Miner. I'm gonna say it. That's just personal, but because like, how often do you get to see Tink? You don't get to see Tink very often, except on that one Twitter that is for some reason Toon Link's getting clipped. Have you ever seen that, by the way?
No, good for them though. Honestly, good for them.
That's because
Toon Link getting cooked.
Yeah, it's a great Twitter account, but you will never find Space Miner on there. Space Miner does the cooking. But enough of the Toon Link talk. We get some more Joker with Echo Force. And
I think, honestly, taking 3 Joker stocks without 3 Arsens, taking 1 of yours is it's a big ask, especially when you are playing Ridley.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be frank. That's
I mean, tough. It's the honest truth.
It's really, really tough. That being said, there are, you know, opportunities for edge guards. There are opportunities for Stode to go off stage and make those plays. It's going to be a matter of if they're willing to make those huge plays, and if Echo Force, you know, is strong enough to not let them happen.
I think one of the lesser, like, unsung things that's going to play a lot in, especially in this matchup, having 1 stock is side B, because its damage over time effect, it's just going to sort of naturally rack up percent every time you land it. So Echo Force, focusing a lot on the down gun at this point, but I think a few side Bs like would get you a lot more like consistent, easily gained percent.
Yeah, and honestly, we're seeing a good job of Stode playing around this Arsene, playing around Joker in general right now. The side B does come out in the grab as a part of it, but no conversion, and actually uses the double jump. Maybe a bit of an overcommitment that goes unpunished. And Echo Force with the down air of Smash will take the crew battle, but Stode put up a valiant last-ditch effort for Lawrence Tech. And unfortunately, the lead built by Atlas was more than enough to put Shawnee on the winning end.
Congratulations to Shawnee State. Don't worry, Lawrence Tech. Still a lot of season left to go. These are the points that you learn from and take forward. And if you had to give an MVP of that set, I mean, is there any question?
No, I mean, Atlas over the course of 2 crew battles took nearly 20 stocks.
Yeah. It's
there's nothing to talk about, quite frankly.
No debate there whatsoever.
All right, and we're going to be bringing in an interview to tell us just how Shawnee State was able to put up such a strong performance. And honestly, that was their first match this season. So going up 1-0, gotta be feeling pretty good.
Yeah. Said it wait. I got confused for a second. My apologies. Yeah, like I said at the beginning. Oh. We're gonna take a quick break. My bad.
Welcome back. And with another series winner comes another interview. Privileged to have them with us. We are going to be interviewing Waywardness from the side of Shawnee State. Waywardness, how you feel? I just got to ask, how are you feeling after what was honestly a pretty strong performance?
We're feeling very energetic. We're feeling very nice. Thank you for asking.
Absolutely. And so, we saw you started out the first match of the first set that you guys played there. What was kind of, the thoughts going on coming into the first set with sending you in first, and then kind of what changed going into the next series where you sent in Atlas first?
Yeah, so the tried and true method usually is sending me in first, because usually Zelda has a pretty good matchup spread, especially online. So I'm usually like the scout per se, and of course I didn't do too well the first game compared to Atlas, of course. So afterward in round 2, we decided to send Atlas in because he dominated, and we wanted to see if he can go take it to the distance, and he took it really, really far, and we're really happy about that.
you wanted to see if you could take it the distance.
We were really
go all the way.
This close to the 12 stock. That's what we were looking for, but he did excellent. So yep.
Yeah.
Do you have any? Oh, sorry. Just giving you a little slight heads up. Geez, my mind has been all over the place today. I apologize for that. So with Atlas coming in and doing such a fantastic job, what was the thought process for once Atlas got knocked out, sending in the next person? Because you went from Atlas to then Clontims and then to Echo Force. Was it just a matter of okay, these guys haven't played yet today, send them in to welcome them to the season, or just they were the strongest at that time matchup wise?
So basically, so Atlas lost. That's okay. He did amazing. So like you said, it was basically to introduce them to the I guess if you want to call it the course of crew battles. And again, I'm in the mindset of your stocks have value kind of thing. Get them warmed up for later games so that they know what they're getting into kind of thing. So bit of experimentation there for sure, and lessons were learned for sure. So we're still happy with the results.
And almost kind of like an experimentation thing. I think it's so interesting that you're talking about that. For those wondering, we do realize that Waywardness's camera is frozen, but we still got audio.
Oh goodness.
We're still coming through. It's totally good. We can still hear you loud and clear.
At least I'm smiling. Yeah.
One thing I did want to ask was if you guys did any preparation kind of coming into this match, knowing what the other team was beforehand. Was there some kind of VOD review that went into it beforehand? Some kind of character scouting options, or did you guys go in just trying to feel it out?
Yeah. So no VOD review per se, but we did do a little research. Our fellow teammate Space Miner did an excellent job. Wrote us up a little document for us about our opponent's knowledge, characters and whatnot. So we definitely took that to heart and learned from it. So we did a little bit of labbing. I played against Pichu. I had very little Pichu experience. I didn't get to play him, of course, but we did a little labbing in person. And after that, we just kind of went into online and warm up against online practice. And just did our thing after that.
One more question from me. So what would you say is one key aspect that you learned from this set, from this match that you'll be taking with you throughout the rest of the season?
So
it's one little bit of knowledge.
Do your research, study your opponents. You mentioned VOD review. VOD review of all things is probably the most important thing you should account for in your future matches. Again, just knowledge is power, especially in crew battles, especially in fighting games. So you really need to do your research, do a little labbing if you can, and come ready. That's all I can really say about that.
I think it's very hard to argue with your results, especially coming out of this crew battle, and especially with you guys starting up 1-0. Waywardness, I would like to thank you so much for joining us for this interview, and I think you've given us a good lesson to share with everyone else in the league. Shawnee State is coming prepared, and if you're not,
oh yeah,
it's not going to look so good. So thank you so much again for joining us, and I look forward to seeing you guys again.
Thanks so much. Thanks
All
for having
right,
me.
and of course. And with that, we are finished with our first set of the day, but that's not all. That's just not all. There's another set coming up in just a little bit, and so don't go anywhere. At 8:30 AST, we're going to be back with the second set of the NA Star League Week 3. We'll see you there. welcome back to week 3 of league play in the Nace Star League for Super Smash Brothers. We saw what was honestly a pretty dominant game coming out of Shawnee State, and well, now we're looking for another great one with Old Dominion versus Shenandoah. Maximus, how are you feeling about this one?
Feeling very, very good because Shenandoah had a very good semester, making it pretty far in the playoffs as well. Old Dominion, another team that, of course, you did make it to the playoffs, but it's early in the season. A lot of things can change in just that Christmas break time where people rosters turn over. But a lot of Shenandoah's team still remains. You have Kip on Pac-Man, Igloo on Yoshi, Nibstafa on the Wolf, typically, and then Moon Lady is Joker. It's just a solid team from top to bottom. And on the other side, you got Old Dominion. Old Dominion has Shizu?
Shizu.
Shizu. I don't know why I wrote an N there. Fish, Angel Eyes Polo, and Kermie Frog, which is a good tag.
That's the most insane tag you ever heard. And looking at these initial reports here, both teams have actually started up 2-0 on the season. So Shenandoah continuing that kind of habit of excellence, while Old Dominion is looking to put up numbers greater than maybe last season were.
Yeah, either way, somebody's coming out of this with an L. Either way, somebody's got to hold that first L of the season.
Yeah, and honestly, we talked about it a little bit with the other teams, but there's a big difference between being 3-0 on your season and being 2-1 on your season. It just gets that momentum moving forward that much, and honestly, the 3-0 gives you room for losses further down the line where maybe something goes wrong or maybe you're having an off day. And so building this up for both these teams is a huge opportunity and speaks pretty big volumes to the rest of their season.
Like with any sport, you want to start hot, you want to, start dominant, set the tone early in the season so that way you can carry it throughout the entire thing. And that's exactly what we've seen from these two teams here. From what I'm seeing character-wise and historically character-wise, we're seeing a lot more range on Old Dominion's side with things like Min Min, Byleth, Ike. And we're seeing a lot more scrappy stuff on the side of Shenandoah, like Joker, Yoshi, Wolf kind of stuff. More characters that have tools at range, but would much rather prefer to be up in your face doing heavy. It's going to be a nice little which side is going to win out here, and we're gonna see it.
Yeah, and
good Smash Day.
As much as things change, things tend to stay the same. And as much as we have 2 new teams and 2 new players coming up to bat, we're seeing 2 familiar characters in Byleth and Pac-Man coming out very first here. And so while the players remain different, the matchup remains the same. And the Byleth looked pretty good against the Pac-Man in our last series. So I'm curious to see if Kip is able to go on a similar run to Atlas, or if Old Dominion is going to be able to snuff this out beforehand.
Yeah, starting off hot, going to PS2 because it has the best games. And like you said, we saw this set 2 last time, and pretty much the same thing this first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, we're not seeing as hot a start here as we saw in the other game. Kip taking their time a little bit more, trying to get those set plays going and not wanting to risk too much of those big interactions with Byleth. While Pac-Man does have a lot of little hits and can have big hits coming out of that forward smash, they're usually not on the level of something like a Byleth forward air or a Byleth down smash. That being said, the forward smash will do quite a bit of work for you. And the re-grab down throw! It's the season of Pac-Man, Maximus. It's the season of Pac-Man.
Oh my gosh, Pac-Man, oldest characters in video game history, showing that Old Dog still got all the tricks in the bag. Like you said, re-grab Bell. Oh man, clean with it too. Kip, setting the tone early here. All up in Fish's face.
Yeah, it really seems like Pac-Man is finding strength in this crew battle format in particular. Being able to take those early stocks with Bell provides such a boon if your opponent isn't really able to adapt to your strategies or when you actually like to throw that Bell. You can get a couple of, early stocks, and that's all you need. You only need 3 from each person, and so I really like these Pac-Man picks. That being said, Fish able to equalize here, saying, You're not gonna get too far ahead. Let me even this back up.
Yeah, try to say, you know, we saw a lot of dominant Pac-Man last time. We're gonna, you know, I'm gonna show you that I got some stuff on this matchup here. Okay, I like that. Trampoline at ledge here, basically because can't roll through it. You're gonna get, you know, you're gonna be jumping off it anyways.
Fish actually quite lucky there that the F smash didn't sweet spot and that they only took the hydrant hit. That being said, the F smash is not far behind and another stock gone. Kip looking to put this lead up early, but you know, if things continue at the pace they have been, Fish will be able to take a second stock, and a one stock deficit is not too bad.
It's all about how you deal with that one stock. Use it to fuel you on a comeback, or do you sort of crumble beneath it? But that's yet to be seen, as now more from Fish in that up air stuff. Okay. It's a dangerous place to be right underneath Pac-Man because you know what's coming. You know what's going to be the hydrant. So it's just a matter of... Okay! Goodbye.
Honestly, kind of a lazy option from Kip. Not going for just like the up B or not going for the quick recovery meant that Fish had a lot of time to set up that down air. If Kip had kind of dotted their I's and crossed their T's a little bit more, I don't even think that down air would have been on the table, but good job for Fish for capitalizing and bringing it to that last stock. And with Violet's kill power, despite them being behind, this is more than doable.
Yeah, but now has Bell again, up smash, not going to do it just yet. At 120, like over 100%, didn't kill, probably needed just a sliver more charge up to do it, but still living.
Yeah. Thankfully, Pac-Man's up smash is not quite as strong as that forward smash is. That being said, 77% a back air near the ledge will do the trick for Violet, as well as an F smash, and we're getting to forward air range, so this is getting very scary for Kip.
Both sides as
Bell,
well. Okay.
Wow, the spacing on that down smash was incredible. Spacing just outside the range of neutral getup from Fish, Kip is able to punish with the down smash. I'm impressed. Honestly, that is not an easy option to just set up like that.
No, that down smash, like perfect, impeccable spacing, like you said, and converts on it. And if it lands, like we saw right there, yeah, there's no chance. That's really just skill with the setup, knowing the micro distances that exist in there, and like, excellent job. Really good job from Kip. Still sitting at one stock, moving on to see who comes in next for Old Dominion.
Yeah, and I think what's really good about that option in particular is that option from that specific distance will cover get up attack, neutral get up, and roll. That's 3 out of 4 of your possible options. And if timed right, it probably catches jump, I would imagine. And so, you know, Kip really knowing where that spacing is, especially out of a dash from nearly the other side of the stage, is a hard thing to do in a game as precise as Smash Ultimate. Being able to, one, time that kill confirm, but also space that, or not the kill confirm, but just that kill, and space it properly as well. It shows experience in these kinds of situations to not get worried and to lean on your knowledge.
Because we all know like how deep the bag of tricks that exists for Pac-Man. Just, okay, what's in it today? Is there a melon? There going to be an apple confirm? There going to be a cherry confirm? Who knows? But it always comes out right when you need it. And it's a lot of the times you don't even expect it. Sometimes I don't think the Pac-Man even expects it. But, you know, they take those. But coming in next, Shizu on the Min. More of that range game we were talking earlier. So how do you feel about a character like Min, who we don't have too many of them in Michigan?
Yeah, I think it's a good pick going into Pac-Man here. The main concern if you're Min with Pac-Man is getting gimped. Pac-Man's able to go really deep off stage and try and intercept your recovery, so that can be a worry, especially in a crew battle where stocks are so valuable. That being said, Ram does go through the hydrant. If you get the wheelie hitbox, I'm pretty sure. And so, you know, Min's going to be able to pressure Pac-Man from that safe distance to ensure that that charging isn't happening for free. That makes a really big difference, as we saw in the last series with this matchup. It means that Pac-Man has to work a lot harder to get their resources, and also has to work a lot harder to actually win neutral as a result of that. So I like the Min Min pick here, and I think they have a good shot at taking this.
Yeah, because Min Min also very good job of contesting a lot of projectile, a lot of not only Pac-Man's like main projectiles with the fruit and stuff, but also Hydrant, contesting that at range, being, having a good safe distance to not only hit it with, say, the dragon or even the beam, but, contest it with Ram, make sure it doesn't stick to the stage for very long. So it's going to be an interesting one to see here. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Min Min does have sort of that bubble that that opponents can just approach from, say, 45-degree angles and stuff. That gets in, and what's Min Min going to do in that situation? Well, we're going to find out right here.
Yeah, and the little thing about Min Min that you don't even need the wheelie hitbox of Ram, it just goes right through. Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! A buffered air dodge off stage leads to an early SD, and that is gonna put Shenandoah firmly in the lead on this crew battle.
Kept taking the first stock almost basically by accident.
That hurts. That hurts.
It happens to the best of us at the worst of times, but it's how we respond to that. It really sets us up. Shizu already we're seeing a lot of just, steady percent racking up, but you don't want to be taking on these fair trains from Kip, because next thing you know, you're eating a smash attack like that, and you're going to lose your second stock, so you got to be careful.
Yeah, one thing that's also interesting to note about this matchup is something a lot of people forget about is Min Min's up smash actually has a reflector on it. So if Kip gets a little too predictable with either the bell, the key, the hydrant, Shizu is going to have an option for reflecting that, albeit a kind of slow option, but it's always something that's in the back pocket. And now, if they're able to take this stock without losing another one, that stock loss isn't the worst thing ever. It puts you in a worse position than you would have been, but there are worse things to be in, and I like the switch to the Megawatt here as they're trying to take this stock. Oh,
Megawatt, such a strong move in itself. Like, oh my goodness, but sniping him out at ledge to take that second stock, and like you said, 2 stocks remaining, not the end of the world. Still a 1 stock difference that can be flipped in an instant.
Yeah, and this Old Dominion team saying, not today, Pac-Man, not today. No rerun, no replay. We're our own team, and we've come more than prepared. And so Kip bowing out at 4, and honestly, 3.5. But I think that's a great performance coming out of Shizu, and coming in knowing that you lost that stock to an SD, but knowing that you responded without losing another one and putting yourself in a good position to potentially come on top of this next matchup, whatever it happens to be. I think the prospect of a 2-stock game, very, very doable, and so this crew battle still winnable.
Still very, very winnable. I'm trying to think exactly. I got told by the voice above, as I was about to say it, who I think is coming in next. And it's exactly who I predicted in my head. It's going to be Igloo on the Yoshi, because I like this Yoshi pick. Yoshi, the air mobility allows a quick approach from a lot of those tough angles that Min Min struggles with. A lot of those 45 sort of up into the side angles that the arms just can't really contest with. Almost have to just let an up smash rip or be quick on an air. But if both arms are out, you're sort of free picking. So how do you feel about the Yoshi Min Min matchup?
I actually feel the same way about it. It's the same reason Min Min can struggle with Wario or Jigglypuff a little bit. It's because characters with high airspeed are able to drift towards Min Min really fast at that angle she doesn't like, that 45-degree angle. Because to beat it, she either has to jump and meet you up there, or she has to commit to a nair or an up smash, both of which are very punishable. And so it turns into a mix-up game of these characters with high airspeed being able to weave in and out of the arms and bait out those defensive options, which then they can follow up with a huge punish. So I think the Yoshi pick is good, other than, Megawatt and Dragon Arm and Ram. All of those things will break Yoshi armor off stage with enough charge, and that can put Yoshi in a really bad spot for an early Gimp or an early stock take. But I think in the neutral and in advantage state, Yoshi should be feeling pretty good about this matchup.
As well as throwing out Egg before you even begin your approach, throwing out egg to contest an arm. I believe there's a good chance we see it here. I don't know off the top of my head if it nullifies the arm, but if it does, then boom, you have a guaranteed approach. An almost guaranteed approach right there. Throw out the egg, arm's dead, and then airspeed in from that 45-degree angle with a nair, fair, whatever you want, and turn Min Min into the ramen really. Min Min eat Min Min up like some 25-cent ramen.
Serve them up hot. I'll give it up. I'll give it up. And another thing is, last season, Igloo was one of those players for Shen and Doa who was constantly coming in the clutch, right? They were taking those matchups. They were making those confident picks. I remember one match in particular where Igloo went into the Yoshi Ditto just to flex, right? And so Igloo is one of those players that comes in with a lot of confidence. And so I'm interested to see if Shizu is able to, one, beat that with the Min Min, and then two, kind of overcome it in their own way.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It's one of those matchups that you don't see every day. There's matchups that we see, Wolf Joker, Byleth, kind of, even Byleth now kind of rising up the ranks of more common play, but still the Min Min was a character that not many people expected to be in the game. But once we saw how Min Min played, it's like, oh, this is for a certain kind of certain kind of person. And right now,
yeah, of course,
we're getting right into it. Smashville, here we go. Igloo, Shizu.
I don't know if I like this stage pick out of Igloo. I really, really don't. And I know why they picked it. They picked it because the size and placement of that Smashville platform allows Yoshi to get easier extensions off of their actual combos. The problem with that is Min Min loves to sit underneath that platform. That 45-degree angle is so much easier to defend from when you can just camp out underneath the platform. And we see Shizu constantly going for this stage control, and you see it again and again, stopping right underneath that platform to nullify that 45-degree angle. This is not the stage I would have gone with, and it's going to put Igloo in a tough situations as far as just winning the game plan that we outlined.
Yet, in a sense, Igloo kind of gave Shizu their own house to live in. Just sit underneath the platform and your approaches become a lot more difficult, like we said, and we've seen so far. And now, Igloo just struggling to really approach at all. Egg gets a grab, something started here, 57% off stage. At this point, it's just
It's the Shizu show right now, and genuinely, that stock loss that who had to themselves basically at the start of the last game is saving Shenandoah from a deficit right now. Igloo really needs to figure out quick how to start getting these hits and how to start stringing them together, or Shizu is going to put Old Dominion firmly in control of this crew battle.
Now, okay, I like that. Yoshi having the most unique shield in the game, and then having an insanely fast option like Nair out of shield as well. It's this character. This character just moves fast. You don't see it enough, and then next thing you know, boom, that spike into spike. Okay,
it's an option out of disadvantage. You don't always expect it, and honestly, with those stall and fall down airs, they're a little bit better than people give them credit for. They mess up the tempo of people's advantage states, but Shizue, more than in control of this stock, more than in control of this game, more than lapping Igloo in percentages, despite starting a stock down, and Igloo just able to take that stock, just able to take that lead back, but it's looking to be short-lived.
Yeah, you're seeing exactly the area that Shizue is just sort of living underneath this platform, just sort of running back and forth right there, because that's what they need to do. That's their home at this point. We said, and we've seen time and time again, it's sort of nullifying Igloo's approach options from the angles they want to come from. It's just puts the stage choice more into question. Oh my goodness.
That forward air was so close to landing off the back of the tether. Unfortunately, Igloo just missing the spacing, but 70%, perhaps a little bit of solace, a little bit of knowledge about this matchup finally figured out, but Shizue has done more than enough to this stock, more than enough. If they're able to take it, you're just a happy camper.
Spike into... Oh my gosh, gets the rolling but doesn't connect.
That sucks. That hurts. That should have been, by all accounts, the game. Unfortunately for Igloo, missed spacing will bite you in situations like that, and the pressure kind of getting to them.
Back air, it's still not going to kill just yet. Going off stage, going deep for it too. Near at ledge, avoid the grab. Good job. And then now you have to approach again.
Oh, that should be a smash. Yes.
There we go.
An incredible display of knowledge from Igloo, and I almost have to wonder if that was intentional or not. That was so good. Shielding the first arm, parrying the second arm, and realizing that Min-Mins often jump back to disengage from that pressure when they throw out the second arm. All three of those things had to align for Igloo to get that up smash out in time, and they executed flawlessly. I'm so impressed with that. And now Shenandoah maintains, honestly, a lead that was gifted to them, and they're barely holding on to that.
Still, you take those every day of the week. A lead is a lead at the end of the day. And looking at who Old Dominion has left, that's most of like their range in it. That's like the Min, that's a Byleth. Those are two characters that have long reach. They can just sort of, like, especially what we saw with the Min on Smashville, can just sort of run back and forth under their little house and just pelt you with all things under the sun. So now that, you know, the doors open up a bit more for a little more boxing.
the distance demons are gone, as Sakurai would say. There's a little more head-on-head action, a little more scrapping. I think that'll be interesting to see how it plays out, but honestly, I think Old Dominion has placed themselves in a very good spot to win this group battle still. In particular, Shizue taking out all those stocks despite the immediate deficit is very, very impressive.
Exactly. And the immediate deficit, while it was unfortunate, like, didn't at all. Like, that is mental game that we all strive to have, is like, yeah, it happens, just forget about it, move on, keep up with your game plan. And Shizue did that perfectly. And now, as we currently wait who's coming in next, I just think, like, you got a Wii Fit, you got an Ike, possible Little Mac too. There's really a lot of different ways this can go, because it's a one stock deficit. I said it before, I'll say it again, it can flip in an instant. So yeah, who's going to be the one to flip the script?
I think it's interesting, and I would have to lean away from the Wii Fit. I have a hard time imagining Wii Fit kind of boxing with Egg and the kind of hitboxes that Yoshi's able to throw out. So I would lean probably more towards the Ike side of things to see if, maybe they're able to secure that stock quick. Ike has some pretty good kill power off the side of, dash attack and then nair into various kill confirms, like back air or up air. So I would be interested to see how that plays out if the Ike comes in, but your guess is as good as mine. And I think in these situations, comfortability can really be the difference maker.
This is the kind of point where you go, who has the most experience against Yoshi? Who is extremely confident in being able to take that last stock off Yoshi, and then from there roll into whoever comes next. And that's, you just go down the list of your players and say, okay, who's next? You do it, or can you do it? And whoever steps up, so you got to go with. Still waiting on who exactly that's going to be. Okay, and my research filled me with this next player, as we got informed, Angel Eyes is going to be coming in on a snake. So from a distance demon to Michael Bay himself.
Yeah,
a lot of explosive, man.
I think that's a really interesting pick, and I don't know how well it's gonna work. I think Yoshi, because of how heavy Yoshi is and how much damage all of those individuals hits do, that Yoshi's going to be very willing to take trades with Snake Grenade because they'll be able to continue advantage if they're near in percent, right? And so I'm interested to see if this Snake pick is more about the zoning game, both with the grenades and with Snake's huge limbs in terms of down tilt and up tilt, or if there was something else in mind. Fair is also a great tool for Yoshi off stage that will break Cypher. And so I think there's some tools for Yoshi in this matchup. I'm interested to see what the strategy is coming out of Old Dominion.
Yeah, because Snake can play. I like to put Snake and Rob in a very similar category of characters that have many different play styles to where you can almost like custom build them for yourself. Like every Snake can kind of play a bit differently. You have like, the very grenade heavy snakes, the C4 trap setups, or just the straight up like I'm just gonna punch you over and over and get you with down throw up tilt. So there's a lot of different ways to play Snake, and it's gonna be interesting to see what exactly kind of play style Angel Eyes really specializes in. Are we gonna get that like constant explosions all over the screen kind of thing, or are we gonna get somebody that is a little slower, and or we're gonna get that the Falcon Light where they're just gonna go for like down throw up tilts or forward throw into fair off stage. So it's gonna be interesting to see. Always like seeing a good Snake. We have a ton of them in Mission.
Yeah, I mean Snake's everywhere. It's one of those characters that, like you said, just kind of fits the expression of the person playing them, and also at times doesn't really even have to play Smash Bros if he doesn't want to. And I think that's one of the benefits of playing a character like Snake is you oftentimes get to default back on your own game. One of the problems I have with Snake in a crew battle format is it's kind of the problem I have with Joker, is that kind of feast or famine format where Snake can do a lot of damage to himself. And so if Snake is able to take that first stock, it's really good. And you're setting yourself up for great success in the crew battle. But if your opponent takes the first stock, now you're in a tough spot for potentially letting them take two.
And it's looking like we're getting some Michael Bay play here, because my goodness, just grenades aplenty all over the stage.
Yeah, and that Yoshi command grab is something I hadn't even considered. Angel Eyes is not going to be able to platform camp due to the risk of that command grab. That being said, we've been seeing grenade pulls, and we've been seeing a lot of grenade into roll. And so I'm curious if Igloo is gonna not get hit by 4 grenades in a row. They are gonna get hit by 4 grenades in a row.
And now they're in up tilt range. Okay. Now Igloo trying to widen that lead here, but at 126, you got to play very, very carefully.
Yeah, and this is a tough spot to be in against Snake. 30% more, and you're in true kill confirm status from a down throw. And Snake being as heavy as he is, he's not exactly in too bad a spot right now. Unfortunately, unaware of the C4 placement in Old Dominion. Evens the stocks right up at 6.
Pretty effortlessly too. Angel Eyes not taking much percent at all. Not even like, kind of Snake stuff where we see they could just blow themselves up over and over again to, really confirm that last stock. But no, just played it careful, played it patient, just set up their grenades all over the stage, and just, yeah, like you said, we saw Igloo get hit by 4 of them in a row. So
yeah,
good job.
That was, I mean, at that point, if you get hit with 4 grenades in a row, that's your fault.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but that is your bad. Like you need to reconsider how you are playing versus Snake. You need to reconsider what you know about this matchup. And it seemed like Igloo may have been a little familiar with big the grenade hitbox actually was, which led them to getting hit with a lot of those grenades and racking up quite a bit of percent off the back of something that should have been fairly easy to avoid. That being said, Old Dominion put themselves back in this crew battle again, despite a stock loss early. Not only an early deficit, but an early SD, and the stocks are even.
Yeah.
Shen and Doa, as a team, as probably the favorite coming into this match, needs to really think about who they send in next and how they're going to overcome this Old Dominion team.
From a research, it doesn't look like they have any alternates. So it's most likely going to be either Nibstafa or Moon Lady. So that is both those, like, and Moon Lady on the Joker, Nibstafa most likely a wolf. So those are two characters that are going to be like up in your face, like most likely eating a lot of grenades too from having to be so close. Obviously both characters have like reflectors, but really how much are you going to be relying on one move just to avoid the constant barrage?
Yeah, so Wolf and Joker both have the tools to perform well against Snake, for sure. The problem with that is the amount of precision that is required to do that properly. Not everyone has it, and quite honestly, not everyone is familiar with it. And so Snake players can abuse the fact that people are unwilling, unfamiliar, unable to space around grenades and rack up that free damage and keep those stock leads going and going and going. It's on the onus of the Wolf and Joker player to know how to do those things and put this pressure onto the Snake player to adapt. Because if Snake players are not forced to adapt, they're going to keep playing that grenade game. They're going to keep playing that rinse recycle game, and quite frankly, they're going to do it better than you.
Yeah, if you thought getting around a Min and all the arms and stuff was difficult, just imagine like those arms are explosives and they're coming from all directions, not just from the side kind of stuff. But it does sound like we're going to get Moon Lady on the Joker coming in next. And Moon Lady, very, very solid Joker. We saw it all last season. So this is going to be a good one to see. Like, it's either, like you said, another situation where it's feast or famine, and both characters are looking for a feast.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a hard time imagining that this one ends in a one stock scenario. I think this is kind of the turning point of this crew battle where either Old Dominion or Shenandoah is going to put themselves in position for a big lead. And I'm really interested to see how this game goes.
Now, because Snake, obviously we've seen boxing abilities from, although we didn't actually, now that I think about it, we didn't see a lot of boxing from Angel Eyes in that last set. We just saw a lot of explosions, a lot of platform camping, trying to stay away from the Yoshi, make them approach through the minefield. And now that things are all evened up, like, do you think that could have been just, a precautionary kind of play style to really, ensure you get that last stock? Or are we going to start seeing, like, no, that's how Angel Eyes plays?
It'll be interesting to see, especially because Joker has access to Rebel's guard. Snake is not able to throw grenades willy-nilly because Joker will get Arsene multiple times per stock if you just throw grenades carelessly. So I think Angel Eyes probably knows that and is aware that they probably have to interact with Moon Lady a little bit more than they did with Igloo.
Already side B coming out good, and we're basically even here, even as Angel Eyes continues to just explode. Oh!
The down gun? No tech? Oh, the back air, the air dodge actually doesn't go for the down smash. That was a huge opportunity to take stock. Fortunately for Angel Eyes, it is not going to happen, but Arsene is out, and the poor DI on up air is going to mean a stock goes the way of Shenandoah.
Already, yeah, we're starting to see it. Out, here's the Arsene putting in work, and this is the kind of stuff, like, these are the kind of Arsene lives you need. This is like, when Arsene's out, you have to be doing your kill confirms and get the most damage possible. The most out of the big top hat man.
Yeah. It's like, don't make me call my boyfriend. He'll mess you up. He's huge. He's way bigger than you. don't make me call him. Yeah.
He's a football player. You don't want to see him. He does CrossFit.
Yeah, he goes to another school. Just Angel Eyes able to take that stock with an up till only 42%. So this game fairly even so far, and these grenade ledge rehangs are actually able to keep Moon Lady far enough away that Angel Eyes is able to come back on the platform, and this camping gameplay is really coming out right now.
Yeah, still seeing it time and time again here now. Double grenade up smash. Oh my gosh, that spacing, jumps out of it to avoid the up smash, hitting at the top, hitting at the apex. Now dash attack and Arsene's out again, and we're starting to see Angel Eyes here have a bit of a lead for the first time.
Yeah, Angel Eyes has recovered beautifully from that first stock deficit, and now it's just putting up a brick wall of explosive that Moon Lady is unable to deal with. No damage off the back of that Arsene, and a great read on the Nikita to put Angel Eyes up a stock.
Yeah, the Nikita just sort of looping in circles, knowing that, yeah, you don't have Arsene recovery, so you can't just, go straight up. You have to tether. So as long as that Nikita stays in the range where you're going to tether back to, you're going to get hit by it, and I'm going to take your stock.
And this is starting to look dire as Moon Lady has already brought out Arsene for the first time this stock. This needs to be a conversion, and then that Rebel's Guard needs to start coming out so that Moon Lady can convert. That could have been a back air off the back of that air dodge, but Moon Lady unable to find it.
Now, Angel Eyes going way up high, dropping the C4. Pay close attention. Don't forget where it is.
Yeah, that will kill at this percent without a doubt, and Angel Eyes is looking to close this one up with no more stocks taken against, Arseneless Joker. This stock is not in as much danger as you might hope it is, while Moon Lady is in danger of getting up tilted, but Arsene is back, and this is where the stocks can be evened up. Dash attack will do it, and now it's ride or die time. This Arsene needs to go crazy, and the dare out of shield will make that very, very challenging. Frame 3, by the way.
Yeah. Not sure how I felt about Angel Eyes just sort of immediately jumping down from platform. I guess it is Snake, so you have that vulnerability to oh my goodness!
The back throw. Nice. That was a really nice setup on the side of Angel Eyes to actually set up the up smash beforehand and use that back throw to get it into the mortar. The timing on that can be a little tricky, and the setup is definitely required. So the knowledge coming in to checkmate Moon Lady in that situation, I'm very impressed. And Old Dominion takes the lead for the first time this set.
Yeah, like I said, that one stock lead, and it just went flip flop. It was Angel Eyes to do it all along, and now still one stock lead, but in Old Dominion's favor, as it looks like Shenandoah down to the last player, Nibstafa, unless they have an alternate. I do not find anything out. So if that happens, it's a surprise for both of us.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting situation, and what kind of went wrong in that match is Angel Eyes recognized that Moon Lady was unable to kind of figure out an answer to their ledge camping game. What Angel Eyes was doing was retreating to ledge, going across the stage, and throwing grenades right on the ledge. So what happened was either Moon Lady was trying to go off stage and challenge, or they were trying to set themselves up for a ledge trap. Those grenades were covering Stake on the way back up, and Angel Eyes was really just using those situations and Moon Lady's unfamiliarity with them to just rack up bits of percent over and over. I can count the number of times, close to 5, 6, or 7, where Angel Eyes just ran across the stage and kind of set up this house on the ledge. That's something that comes with experience, right? The counterplay to that has to come with experience, or a player as aware as Angel Eyes will abuse it and will win games off of it.
It's just a knowledge check. You got to know everything that your opponent is capable of, everything. It's pattern recognition as fast as you can. That's just the name of downloading. That's how the game goes. Figuring out okay, there's a puzzle put in front of you, solve it as fast as possible. And if you can't, you're going to be, eating a few grenades. You're going to be eating a lot of percent. And I just keep going back to the Nikita play off stage. It was so simple, but yet so well executed of just man, just flying it in a circle. You're going to be in this range at some point. So I'm just going to keep it here, because you're either going to just say checkmate, shake my hand, and just slowly fall down, or you're going to recover directly into it. So yeah.
Well, what was so smart about it too was actually that was a hard call out, right? If Moon Lady had committed to an air dodge to ledge right as soon as that Nikita came out, or right as soon as Angel Eyes committed to that second rotation, they actually would have got back to stage just fine. The problem was, because they decided to go low, due to the attempt to Rebels Guard the Nikita, Angel Eyes was able to set up that situation perfectly, but it was off the back of that read. It was off the back of the Rebels Guard call out. And so Angel Eyes very aware of that possibility. And now the lead for Old Dominion looking to take out Nibstafa, the Wolf, you called it.
Yeah, here we go. Off and going with the Wolf. And right now, still untouched. A 0 to death off the start here would really just put the nail in the coffin for this first set.
It would be really hard to come back from. And Angel Eyes is looking to make that a reality, 142%. And the coverage with the C4, you have to know that that's an option.
0 to death. Oh my, and
now the ignorant stuff's coming out. That's
yeah, now they're like, can I get away with this, the RPG?
And dude, this is honestly, I hate to say it, we are seeing shades of what we saw in the last crew battle, where one team is woefully unaware of how to fight a key but strange character on the opposing team. In the other case, it was Pac-Man. In this case, it's Snake. You know, Shenandoah looks unprepared for this matchup. Across the board, these players look lost, and Angel Eyes is taking full advantage of it.
It just aggressively explosions everywhere. It's like, don't even give them time to think. If they,
he's cooking too hard, man.
Yeah. Burn down the stove.
There's nothing here. There's no option that works. There's nothing Angel Eyes didn't consider. There's nothing that you can do that he has not seen before. And Old Dominion on the back of Angel Eyes with what seems to be a dominant victory.
My goodness gracious, and
what happened?
What was that, a 3-stock?
Yeah,
it was a 3-stock.
Like really fast.
Okay, well, what is the timer set at for these games? Because I'm looking back.
It's a 10 minutes.
It's a 10 minutes. That was a 2-minute 3-stock. That was
a
like less than 2-minute 3-stock from
very quick.
From Angel Eyes. Just like you said, dominant. Well,
yeah. And with that, you know, after an SD, Old Dominion sets themselves up with a 1-0 lead, looking very good. And so we're off to a quick break, guys, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with set 2 of Old Dominion versus Shenandoah. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the second set of this best of 3 crew battle between Old Dominion and Shenandoah. In case you missed it, Old Dominion came out on top of that first crew battle with a pretty miraculous performance coming out of Angel Eyes that ended in a dominant 3 stock. And so, can Shenandoah answer? Is there a counter pick in the bag for them to pull this one out, or is Angel Eyes gonna secure another one?
Well, we're not getting a similar situation as the Lawrence Tech for Shawnee State thing, where they're not throwing in the hot hand first. We're still seeing the nice little starter situation with Fish on the Byleth versus Moon Lady coming out here, and I kind of like that. You have these teams that they'll switch up their roster from set to set depending on the circumstances, but then there's teams that just don't, and they have like the designated starter, the designated closer, and then like the middle two can sort of counter pick stuff. It's just sort of that next level of depth that I love about it. You can sort of change things on the fly, or you can put people into where they perform best. So
yeah, I think it's interesting. Old Dominion kind of saying, it wasn't broke, don't fix it. Keeping Fish on with the Byleth first, but Moon Lady not only has switched up to that first position, but is also switching characters from the Joker to the Lucina. So kind of recognizing that Joker didn't find maybe as much value as we were hoping it did. Switching to that Lucina pick, it can still be tricky. And the reason I say it can be tricky is characters like Joker, characters like Pikachu, Lucina, Sheik, Diddy Kong, all of those characters that are conventionally good are really fundamentals based characters. And those characters require you to not only have a really sound understanding of the game, but also require you to perform up to your standard at all times. There's nothing with those characters that you can lean back on and say, this will carry me, or this will take me through matchup inexperience, right? And so those characters can be tough to play.
I feel like one of the big differences between, say, Lucina to Joker is Joker, where the kill power lies. It lies when our center's out. Lucina is by far and away considered one of the most consistent characters in this game, and sometimes to a boring degree, because, it's just Crom or Marth, but the swords, it's Marth, but the sword's even. There's no tipper, it's just all sword. But with that becomes, with that consistency.
Yeah, part of the problem here can be if Moon Lady is unable to find either A, a ton of extra neutral wins, or B, A big read like that, or C, an edge guard. You know, Fish is gonna win this trade game. Violet does more damage, the combos do more damage, and the kill power is greater. So Moon Lady cannot afford to rest on their laurels and cannot afford to just hope that the stock comes to them. They need to be proactive.
So far, we're seeing a lot of that consistency.
Oh.
Good job. Okay, force him like a little ledge grab. Not getting the option on the ledge that they wanted. Now, you got to kind of pay a little careful because 71%. Violet can just make this stock disappear.
Holy,
But
that DI
Moon Lady going out
really
deep,
bad,
making
but
it back.
The sus DI unfortunately puts Fish in a really bad spot on that edge guard, and like I said, Moon Lady has to get proactive. They have to convert, and showing us right there they can. They are willing to, and I think that's a great look for Shen and Doa coming into this match.
Excellent look, and we're seeing like Moon Lady.
Oh, the commitment.
The variability with Joker just seems to be completely gone with Lucina because Moon Lady very, very strong in the neutral game. Seeing it time and time again.
Oh, that should
Neutral
be it.
win after neutral win, even punishing the Tethers to go up 2 stocks.
Like I said, this game is won and lost off stage. Moon Lady is doing a fantastic job of recognizing that win condition and capitalizing on it perfectly. We saw Fish there missing a kill confirm, and now Moon Lady looking to clean this up with a 3-stock and saying, that first game, that first set, it was lucky. Let me start this one off a little nicer.
Ooh. Say what you will about Lucina, say what you will, like, the character can be boring sometimes or whatever, but when the neutral is on, that character is sick. We saw an instance there that I'd go back to. It was a red, I forget if it was a red roll or just red DI, but it was a down air throw in the middle of a combo that completely caught Fish off guard and just allowed for that last sort of series to connect and take a 3-stock lead early on.
Yeah, that's huge. That is huge on the side of Shen and Doa, not only for the confidence coming out of that last series, but for their chances of winning. 3 stocks is the absolute best spot you can be in at this point, and it means all the damage that was done on that first stock is erased, and Moon Lady is coming in with a fresh one.
That is absolutely huge. And if you are Old Dominion, you see Moon Lady's coming out fast, taking 3 stocks quick.
I'm sending in Angel Eyes.
That's what I was about to say.
I'm sending in Angel Eyes.
Exactly what I was about to say.
Release the Kraken. I don't care. Like, get him in there.
You throw in your heavy hitter if your opponent's coming out throwing out a heavy hitter that is like completely unprecedented, something you didn't see last game. It's like, okay, we just got 3 stocked. We got to stop this bleeding now and try and flip the script early. You got to send an Angel Eyes. So I think anything other than Angel Eyes is going to be either a surprise or it's going to be a big bet.
Yeah, and just from that game alone, seeing how confident Moon Lady is to go off stage and catch tether recoveries with Lucina aerials, there is no universe I'm sending in Min right now. It just should not be happening. And so it's between Angel Eyes or whoever didn't go in last game as a surprise pick. But honestly, with a 3-stock deficit, I'm looking to get Moon Lady out of here, and I'm looking to resecure them.
Because there are 2 other players that we did not see last time. There was Polo on the Wii Fit and Herbie Frong possibly on the Ike. That if we see either of those, if we see either of those, they'll be, ultimately will be betting hard on him to take out Moon Lady, who we just saw quick, dominant, neutral wins over and over and over again. And they go back to 0.
I think it'll be interesting. I think you're right about that too, where there is that surprise pick because Old Dominion was able to keep so many stocks in the first crew battle. They have the element of surprise on at least one player. And so is this where you spend that prize, right? Is that a risk you're willing to make? Is that a call you're willing to make? Or are you kind of come out the other side and just go with what's been reliable? Again, for me, I would probably send out I would send out Angel Eyes. You know, Lucina does okay against Snake, but not particularly well. And we just got word that Angel Eyes is coming out with the Snake. Like we said, I think this is a very smart play from Old Dominion. Stop the bleeding before it becomes fatal.
And if you take out Moon Lady, that is somebody that there's no weakest link on the Shenandoah, but Moon Lady is definitely one of their strongest in the ways of neutral and punish game. Hip Pac-Man has the combos on lock. Igloo with Yoshi just has Yoshi stuff. That's Yoshi. So I feel like taking out Moon Lady, like after a 3 stock, if Angel Eyes comes back with their 0-3 stock, we're back to square one. But flipped. I forgot the word entirely.
Just flip momentum, flip the script.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, the whole thing's gone awry, man. And I don't know if I expect a 3 stock from Angel Eyes, but after the performance of the last series, I do expect a 2 stock, and at very, very worst, a 1 stock left in favor of Angel Eyes. If Moon Lady is able to come out on top of this, I think Shenandoah is feeling amazing about their ability to win this crew battle in particular. And they're probably feeling pretty good about knowing where to counterpick into that map 3 if we get it.
Just waiting on the players to get in here as we go right to it. No need for losing stocks or whatever, since Moon Lady kept all 3. We're getting right into it, town and city.
Yeah, lots of space to play around, and Moon Lady just ran all the way across the stage and just hit Angel Eyes with an F tilt. I don't think we've seen a single player on stream as confident as Moon Lady has been this series. Even on the Joker, they were never stopped. The speed and the pace was never slowed, and I think that's admirable as a player. It's someone who knows where their strengths lies, someone who is willing to take those risks, and someone who's willing to win. That being said, Angel Eyes getting off to a pretty good start, a slight lead here, but not on that 3 stocks pace that we saw earlier.
No, but so far still, sorry, this time we got Angel Eyes holding a bit of a lead for about 3 seconds until I talked. And then now off stage, there we go. See some of these ledge traps starting up here. That town and city platform coming in clutch for Moon Lady to get back on stage safely. And now this really comes down to who's going to lose the first stock, and it's going to be Moon Lady.
And that's not that big a deal because Moon Lady 3 stocked the last one. They've got stocks to work with. They've got, just play to work with, time to download. And if Moon Lady is able to keep it even just relatively even, that is a huge dub in the eyes of Shenandoah.
Mm-hmm. Now 134%. Very dangerous situation here from Angel Eyes. Also, with all the explosions, at risk of just SDing himself.
Yeah, and we saw right there, Angel Eyes actually just went back to that ledge stalling. We see it time and time again whenever they are pressured, and Moon Lady was the one who couldn't deal with it last time. Is that Lucina pick going to make it a little bit easier? Committing themselves off stage in a bold grab. Angel Eyes 160% nearing death, but Lucina needs that big hit, a back air, a forward tilt near the ledge, a side B, an up B even should do it at this percent, but getting a little hasty, and Angel Eyes is looking to make this lead a lot more significant now. The up tilt will do it! Angel Eyes is just a force right now.
Force of nature coming in with a wrecking crew. Still at 173, still living in here.
This should be it.
Yep. I think even though could have teched it and still lived a bit longer, but I don't think he expected it.
Could have teched it. Moon Lady could have responded to the tech with a back air, which probably would have been untechable at that percent. So that should have been checkmate. But Moon Lady is going to be very unhappy about losing 2 stocks when Angel Eyes was over 140% when the stock was at 0. That being said, 80% already and a ton of pressure in the corner.
And pressure building up here, still has that C4 laid down as a trap right in the center of the stage.
This is huge. A huge read! That is the TSN turning point, and I I do not care what anyone else says. That jump read coming out of Moon Lady sets the tone for this entire crew battle. A second stock lost on Angel Eyes means that they will not be able to go as hard in the matches coming after this one. Moon Lady has more than done her job, or his job, sorry.
Yeah. Great job. Okay, and still avoiding all of these explosions too. Doing a great job at it. More grenades at ledge. Not getting the platform setups they wanted the first time, but there's the back air into the grenade. Nikita off stage. Nothing there. Not going to get the grab either at 136. I believe down throw up tilt is on lock, possibly. I'll have to check my numbers after.
Not quite at this percent.
Okay.
158.
Oh!
But you don't need the down throw when you have the spot dodge read in Angel Eyes. Takes 3 stocks and a breath of fresh air for Old Dominion. But I'm going to have to call it bated breath because that is not as dominant as it could have been.
Taking still, Moon Lady takes 5 stocks.
Yeah.
What else? Really, what
it's
else
a great place to be. It's a great place to be. 5 stocks and 2 against the player who was the MVP of the last crew battle. It's worth mentioning that 2 of those stocks were some of the most valuable stocks that we saw last series.
And now
we're seeing we're gonna have Kip on Pac-Man coming through. Pac-Man and Snake, and I had a feeling this would happen. Kip was one of the people that didn't really get a chance to play that much against Angel Eyes at all, and Pac-Man also willing to play that zoning game. I think he's going to have 1 stock, just take 1 stock in the back of his mind, and Shenandoah will then be in a pretty good spot to try and take this one. That being said, if Angel Eyes is allowed to cook again, I don't want to see what happens.
Oh my gosh. Could you imagine Angel Eyes comes back is like, I'm going to take 5 as well.
Yeah.
Just back to even. Because right now, Old Dominion, one thing goes wrong and they're staring down the barrel of like a game 3. Or, set 3. So, like you said, that second stock on Angel Eyes really could be the determining factor of this set. But I think things are going to slow way down as Angel Eyes tries to get as much space away from the Pac-Man as possible. Just throw in the kitchen sink at him, trying to get as much percent. Kind of confirm. It's all about getting that first stock. Because 4, a lot better than 3.
Yeah, I agree with you. Getting that first stock is going to be really, really important if Old Dominion wants to come back into this crew battle. And 1's great, 2's amazing, and 3 is the dream. So I think Angel Eyes is going to have that in the back of their head, cementing themselves as really the MVP of this crew battle. They've got something to prove right now.
They proved a lot in the last set. Let's see if they can put the team on their back and prove even more for the second set. We're waiting.
I think it's worth mentioning too. We mentioned it a little bit before this last game started, but there's a player from Old Dominion that we have not seen yet. Mm-hmm. Right? A player that is potentially at the same quality as Angel Eyes. You know what I mean? In terms of play, in terms of stock taking power. And so Shenandoah, despite having a pretty hefty lead here, is not out of the woods yet by any stretch of the imagination. They don't know what's on the other side of that player.
That's sort of, I guess, the trump card in this sense, or quite literally the ace up their sleeve is the surprise factor of their 4th player, because they know on the other side of Snake is a lot of range. On the other side of Snake, at the very minimum, is a Violet. At the very minimum is a Min.
Yeah.
But who else there is still like in the weeds. Like they got the fog of war. They can see there's a figure back there, but they don't.
Yeah, they don't know who it is.
No. It's the character is still locked in the select screen, if you will.
Yeah. I'm on board with you there, and I'm really excited and hoping that we get to that final player, just so that both teams, if this does go to a set 3, are fully familiar with the entire roster of the other squad. And we'll see a really honest and a really strategic crew battle coming out. In the case of this one, there's still that surprise factor, and it's eating away at me because I want to say Shenandoah is looking really, really good right now and looking really, really clean to put this one away. But if Angel Eyes is able to secure another couple stocks, it's still a very scary place to be in. We even saw in the last set when Shizue SD'd at about 0%, they came back and won with a 4-stock lead on the back of an SD at 0. And so, these guys are no strangers to a deficit, and they're no strangers to playing through that. And I think that's what's been most impressive.
And here we go, getting right into it here. 3 stocks to 1. Angel Eyes so far showing no fear to the Pac-Man shenanigans, keeping range whenever that Galaga comes out, and then just dropping bomb after bomb after. Okay, Grenade takes care of Fire Hydrant. That's going to be a big deal here. We'll be on the test later.
Yeah, not a single grenade blows up Fire Hydrant, but one hit from any attack and grenade will take out Fire Hydrant. And so it's going to be on both Angel Eyes and Kip to realize how much health that Fire Hydrant has left and use that to their advantages.
Okay, Galaga, regrab, still has it, and almost grabbed it a 3rd time. Now just going way up high. Going to create as much space as possible. Still, Pac-Man only at 30% here. Snake sitting at 36% range. We're a little misdirect here. I like that. Put up high, didn't even know you're standing on top of a C4.
Yeah, you kind of talked about how this game was going to be a very big change in pace, especially from the speed that Moon Lady plays with, and you were very right about that. Both of these guys not wanting to lose a stock, not wanting to give up the potential of a lead, and so the pace is really slowed to a crawl as Kip very carefully trying to secure this stock. The bell is charged, and the grenade saves him.
How many more times can the grenade save you? Sitting at 125 here to 64. The bell is back. There's Key.
Something about the slow grenade play that Angel Eyes is opting for right now is giving Kip a lot of opportunities to charge the bell and charge the key. That is a really tough spot to be in right now because 150%, you're not going to live either. And so the mix-ups are going to start coming out. The pressure is going to start coming out. And Angel Eyes has to make something happen right now if they don't want to lose this stock.
Oh my gosh, great job avoiding the key while still throwing the grenade. I mean, I couldn't have done that. Now, Bell and Key is loaded up again.
Oh, looking for the jump is Kip. The orange, great spot, but Kip doesn't commit to the edge guard. That could have been free.
Grenades here. Okay, lands on top of him. Doesn't get a grab there, but F tilt and I thought the hydrant.
He's gonna get it. And that is a huge boon on the side of Angel Eyes, securing a 4 stock, securing at least a stock deficit going to the next match. That is so big for Angel Eyes, and Kip has to be kicking themselves for not going for that edge guard opportunity. Right now, they're relying so heavily on this key, and Angel Eyes had it scouted. Finally takes the stock. And a 3 stock deficit turns to 2, just like that. Dominion crawling back into this game. Crawling. But Shenandoah, I'm sure, breathing a pretty big sigh of relief, knowing that this time Angel Eyes only got 4.
Yeah. Still so much room to work with. They still have that 2 stock lead, which in a crew battle situation like this can really just, it seems like a molehill, but in reality it can just be a mountain because players come out and overperform. Sometimes they underperform, but I think from here on out we're going to see no slackers.
Yeah, and you talk about a molehill or a mountain. What it can be is these leads can either snowball or they can just kind of creep up on you. Because on the side of Old Dominion, even is not good enough anymore. It is not good enough to go even with your opponent. You cannot be trading blows. You cannot be trading stocks. You have to be coming out on top if you want this lead to go away. And so the status quo is not good enough. Old Dominion needs another player to step up, and it's not going to be Angel Eyes this time around. Angel Eyes did their part. They got it from 3-2. That's a lot considering the situation that they were in. It's gonna be tough.
This is the part where I'm even more intrigued. I'm sorry, I have a little second monitor set up where I'm doing a little bit of research in between things here. And I have information on one of the other players for Old Dominion, Polo. And this seems like another high-end player with consistent top 8 finishes at almost, looking at the front of the list, I'm just seeing nothing but top 8. So could be another.
Where are they from?
We're seeing things like Monarch mix up. I'm trying to think here. Most likely the Virginia area still, or where?
Okay, yeah.
Because I believe that's in Old Dominion. Because I'm seeing. Yeah. Oh, possibly Chicago area player, as I'm seeing things like Bacon Summit.
Yeah,
And,
have they been to a couple of like Ignition series or anything like that?
Ooh, I think I misspoke. I'm sorry.
All good.
Still possibly.
All good. It doesn't matter
because there's Xanadu's in here.
The mystery will remain as Shizue is back on the screen, ready to take on this Pac-Man, and an attempt at a gimp early, but the stock will not be given up for free. Not this time. Shizue makes it back to stage.
How many fairs does the Pac-Man need to land? Because that's all we're seeing so far. We're seeing fair after fair connect, just carrying Shizue all the way across the stage and off.
Yeah, it's a scary spot to be in. If Min Min uses their jump there unwisely, that stock, it's just gone. Right? Pac-Man is able to commit deep enough off stage that Min Min does not have the recovery power to make it back. Thankfully, Shizue is, kind of privy to that and is able to take the stock, or able to keep the stock rather, without too much hesitation. That being said, Kip, looking like they learned a thing or two about this matchup from the last time they played, and is feeling pretty good about taking this first stock. One thing we have seen from the Pac-Mans and Kip is just that really late stock taking power. So Kip needs to do something like that, secure a stock early, so that Shizue is not able to make a comeback happen.
Stock lead rose to 3 once again, but at 120%. Now, this is where Min Min thrives.
Yep. And 0% on Min Min if Shizue is able to take this stock without losing their next one. Old Dominion, that lead keeps getting smaller and smaller, but it's yet to be seen if Shizue rises to the occasion. A 52% combo off the back of a single Galaga. Pac-Man, you want to call him a zoner? All right.
Crazy combo character off of just all they need. Put the Galaga in their hand, and then sometimes they just don't even care and they'll just throw out the ghost.
That F smash is so strong. The reset here just misses the ledge. A great option from Kip, but Shizue just a little bit too aware, and 95%, almost a piece. This is a scary spot to be in for both players, but these commitments! I don't know if I agree with them. This is bad. This is bad. Oh, wow!
Oh!
That hit?
Oh, that hit?
I do not believe that. That's fake news. That dragon arm was fake. My dragon arm doesn't do that.
It just
did you see
down
what happened? It did. Yeah,
up.
It did this to go under, and then like this to catch the angle. That was so strange.
I mean, I know it was a powered up arm because they got the back throw ledge, but still, that beam came in just it almost auto locked on the Pac-Man. Just snap.
So it does lock on if the other player's in range, but on the ledge like that, I've never seen it lock on quite in that V shape before, and that came in very, very clutch for Shizue, who slowly but surely, Maximus, it creeps up on you. It creeps up on you. That stock lead of 3 went down to 2, and now it's down to 1. Who comes in to deal with this Min Min?
So, a lot of the problems Igloo had that first set really just came down to stage pick. You gave Min Min Smashville, which gave them the house to live under, the center platform.
Yeah.
Take Min Min to Town and City, you only have to deal with that like percentage of the time.
30% roughly. Yeah.
Exactly. So I feel like if given the opportunity again, Igloo, choose a different stage and you could have a completely different outcome.
But we are actually going to be seeing Nib Staffa come out on the Wolf. So actually determining that Igloo maybe wasn't the answer, maybe wasn't feeling as confident as they were before, is going to be they're going to be committing to the Wolf pick. And honestly, we didn't get to see a lot of Nib Staffa just because of, quite frankly, how quickly the Angel Eyes dispatched of their entire soul.
Yes, just sort of took their own soul and just like, it's mine now. If you get 3 stocked in less than 2 minutes, your soul is mine.
You hit him with the Shang Tsung for real. Your soul is mine. So I think Nib Staffa has a little bit more in the bank to show, a little bit more juice than what we saw, and is willing to look at proving themselves versus this Min Min.
Yeah, and right now, gotta be careful off stage.
Every time I'm like, don't do it.
Don't air dodge. Don't let it be you again.
One thing that's great for Wolf in this matchup is that blaster. Due to its transcendent properties, it will go right through the arms every single time. And so Wolf is able to kind of compete in that range if he's able to find safe blaster shots.
Yeah, and alrighty then. Already seeing some of the Min Min stuff come out. Pretty even game off the start. Wow, Nair into back air miss tech.
I wanted him to side beat. He could have side beat off that back air, but that would have cost a stock. And as we know, stocks are precious. A forward air to back air is going to look just a little bit better. And Nib Staffa, a stock to their name, ready to give Shenandoah the true advantage, a true stock lead heading into this last person.
Not going to kill just yet. All the way across the stage. And yeah, Nib Staffa. Oh, wow. Still living.
Oh, missed time.
Trying to reclaim their soul.
Had the jump read, and the Nair will take the stock, so Nib Staffa will not remain healthy if they're able to close this one out, but closing this out with 2 stocks would be a great spot for Shenandoah. 5 going into the final 3. You can't ask for much more.
Better if it was 4. Even better, they're looking for the 4 into the final 3. Now, at 98%, gotta be careful. Back throw situation here. Now you're off stage. Gonna make it back.
Laser comes out looking for a back air, doesn't get it, and that F smash was almost right on the mark, but the ledge is such a scary spot to be for Min Min. How do you get out of advancing Nair into a roll? Shizue is ready for it. No dash attack.
No, I thought it was gonna be run up down smash as well. It's another option there. Okay.
The Dragon Arm coming in strong, but Shizue has missed a little bit of the timing on this. He's gonna have to commit. There was no jump to be seen, and no red grab reinvincibility. This could be a huge mistake, but another whiff from Shizue. He could have armed again. The pressure is getting to this old Dominion squad. Shizue missing opportunities to take this stock.
Back air
does it. Oh no. Nib Staffa showing a little bit of that flavor of redemption, showing us that gas that was left in the tank, but I can't help feel that Shizue left a couple of stocks on the table there.
Had the opportunities, but it comes down to it. Sometimes things don't get your way. You just don't bounce your way.
They don't bounce your way. Yeah, you get a little nervous. You whiff, you miss input, whatever it might be. You don't recognize the situation, but honestly, great stuff coming out of Nib Staffa, and I think it shows real mental strength that they were able to come back from how tough that first appearance was, and show us something really, really good, something really confident, and something really consistent against the Min Min of Shizue.
Now we get the answer we've been waiting for.
Absolutely.
The 4th player on Old Dominion. Who's it gonna be? Who are they gonna play?
Yeah.
And what
and
level are they
how
gonna
good
play
are
at?
they? Yeah, that's the question we all really want to know. How close is this gonna be?
Because if you save them for last at this point, you have to assume that they are essentially your strongest player, your solid anchor. And if they're your best player after Angel Eyes and the way Angel Eyes performed, then
I'm scared. I'll tell you that much. I'm scared. I'm nervous.
Yeah, I'm shaking in my boots.
And what's interesting is this player would have been the last player had Angel Eyes fallen on the last series as well. And so Polo is going to be the last player coming out with the Wii Fit trainer. It's an interesting character. It's an interesting pick.
It is, because you have a Wii Fit that has to take. I will say it is from the looks of things, it seems very possible, because you have to take what, 2 stocks off the Wolf.
Yeah. And
then you go into a Yoshi, and those are 2 matchups that Yoshi could cause some trouble. But if you take both of Nibsafa's stocks and keep 3, you're sitting beautifully.
It's an even game. It's a regular best of 1 set for the entire crew battle.
Goes back to 0-0.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think there's pressure on the shoulders of Polo right now. They have to perform. They have to kind of live up to that anchor expectation. But I think they're probably feeling good. They're feeling ready. They saw what their teammates did. They're saying, "Thank you. You did your best. You set me up. Let me clean this up. Let me see what I can do." And Shen and Doa, sights are on set 3. Sights are on finishing this one before it even begins, so that they can focus on getting that W in the 3rd set.
And again, we play back to that idea of a surprise. We don't know how Polo's going to play. We don't know the kind of level of play Polo is. I've had the wonderful opportunity to see So Good Pop play many times, because they go to Northwood now. So I've seen my fair share of Wii Fits, probably more than the average Smash player has for some reason. Michigan's weird.
We have,
but
4
here
Wii
we
Fits in
go.
our region as well.
Yeah, people say this character's rare. I don't see it.
Not that rare, depending on where you're from. That being said, the game is starting. The hits are flying, and 43% already on the side of Polo. Nibstafa, like we said, trying to close this before it even becomes a problem.
A lot of this is going to hinge on deep breathing. That move that, like many ways, is almost like a mini Arsene that you can just sort of pull out whenever you want. So
yeah, a stat buff completely across the board. Speed, air mobility, damage. Wii Fit gets just purely better from that buff. And Nibstafa saying, "I don't want you to have it. In fact, if you go off stage, I'm going to take this stock." And we talked about Polo needing to come out here and potentially get a 3 stock. Polo needs to come out here and win this game.
Yeah. Polo's got to take 2 stocks first.
Yeah.
With deep breathing at 90% though, but deep breathing's gone.
Oh, and a hard read will allow them to put themselves right back in the game. And now Polo in a position to make this a 1-stock game. Can they take this 2nd stock with Nibstafa without losing their 2nd stock? That makes a huge difference in durability. Making a 2v3 comeback win is way easier than a 1v3 stock.
Out to the ledge, not going to land there, but here we go. Fair strings, up air, back. Going to try and find the finisher with the back air. Not going to do it just yet. 45% to 103. Still hope here for Polo.
Oh, what a parry, and the back hit of that up tilt, sending him up. The forward hit, sending him off stage in a roll read. Polo is getting a ridiculous amount of value on the tiny disjoint on Wii Fit Trainer's up tilt, which is ludicrous. That move is small, but just that little bit of the arm as they tilt it up is disjointed. And using that to intercept Wolf aerials takes an incredible amount of precision. Polo showing that they are more than ready, and after an early stock loss, takes 2 very quickly.
And
This
becomes this is
so
a
close.
so it's so good. This is why I love Naystar League, because you get these incredible crew battles that come down to the wire, possibly forcing a game 3 where we get even more smash. So now Polo has 2 stocks to take it for Old Dominion, and Igloo has 3 to keep their hopes of a
It is
undefeated season alive.
Very, very winnable for both parties. And I think I cannot stress enough, if you are caught sleeping at the wheel, how easy a 1 stock lead can turn into a no stock lead, especially in a situation where it is essentially a best of 1, right? You get 1 shot at this versus someone you have not played yet, versus someone who you've hardly even seen play, in a matchup that, depending on the region, can be quite rare. Shenandoah is coming in with an advantage, but it feels like it's an advantage they're gonna need.
Exactly. And with the way Igloo plays and being up in your face, we're gonna see those. It's gonna be a slobber knocker to the very end.
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting to see how Polo contests Yoshi off stage as we get into it right here, and immediately deep breathing off and also getting a fully charged Sun Salutation as well. Everything's loaded up here, and now you got to make the most of it while deep breathing's online. And
This
it
is so
looks
funny.
like Igloo's just like platform camping while they have deep breathing online.
I respect it, honestly. I wouldn't want to deal with it either.
No, you don't want to challenge that kind of stuff. They can get blown up really, really quick.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play on the side of Igloo, recognizing how powerful a tool that is, recognizing how scary it can be to interact with deep breathing. Just, commit to that platform camp. You got Battlefield for a reason. That was Igloo's counter pick, and using it to good advantage here.
Here we go. See more of that percent racking up here. 90%. Oh, that up air. Got to be careful of it. Don't want to lose an early stock here. You want to be the first one to take the stock here.
All right, deep breathing back online. Potential for a big play here from Polo, who is trailing by about 30% just off the rip of this game. But Igloo playing it so smart, not engaging with We Fit Trainer off of this deep breathing. You cannot play it better than this.
Shield, though. A lot of that Yoshi shield is looking a little dark here, but Nair gets the egg.
What's the conversion? We go for the forwarder? No. He's going to play the ledge game, but the up smash comes out and a stock lead turns to 2 for Igloo as Shenandoah looks to put this one in the bag.
Moves have to be made very, very quick here. You almost got to search for that Yoshi Gimp up there and to find that first stock.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, the percent is just building on Polo.
The weak spot on that back air too could have been the stock if it was the strong spot. And the B reverse on the neutral B. Igloo is starting to feel themselves and living to 145%. The throw will not kill. Polo needs to make something happen right now.
Still, you got 7.5 minutes. There's up air still not done anything. And look how long that deep breathing takes.
Yeah, the deep breathing takes longer the more you use it, or not the more you use it, but the more recently you used it. And so you're not able to super spam it. It's a balance mechanic, but Igloo does not seem to care, man. He's been playing so well around deep breathing, just waiting to get those hits, waiting for those big moments. 31%. I would be worried if this was even stocks, but Igloo with a big lead here, and even that Nair side B doing about 40%. You can kind of afford it.
Still just building up here, going way off stage, trying to end this thing now. Reverse Nair. Still gets the deep breathing Nair. Okay.
Double jump spent. And the air dodge, no conversion on the side of Polo in that fair. Just not enough to kill. That would have been so big. But
run up a
Igloo converts the up smash and will convert the series with 2 stocks to spare. Shenandoah, we're not done just yet. Not by a long shot.
We got
And
more.
with that, a 1-1 secured. Old Dominion starts out strong, but Shenandoah answers right back. The pace set by an early 3-stock. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to see who caps off this series. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, to week 3 of League Play for the NACE Star League Smash Ultimate Circuit. We are here with what has been a nail-biter of a series, Old Dominion versus Shenandoah. 1-1, and before we waste any time, the players are ready. We're getting ready to go, and we're seeing a very spicy start with Angel Eyes, the snake who kind of defined the first set that we saw, versus Moon Lady, the person who kind of defined the second set that we saw. Facing off head-to-head right at the start. What do you think, Maximus?
It's a clash of the titans, really. It's like this essentially will determine who we see as the overall set, like, match MVP. Moonlit, like, you couldn't really ask for anything better, because these are the two players that have the biggest history throughout this match of, like, yeah, Angel Eyes from set 1, Moon Lady from set 2, and now the two of them just going at it off the start for set number 3. And so far, it's Moon Lady's favor.
Yeah, you can say Moon Lady's favor, but I don't know how much 50% means to Snake, especially when your grenade to back air is coming out and doing something like 25-30. That being said, Moon Lady is willing to keep putting on this pressure, and these early jumps at a disadvantage, Moon Lady is wisening up to them.
Yeah. Oh. Sometimes, though, good job on Moon Lady, though, for actually managing to combo Snake out of his own grenades. Like, grenades blow him up, and then there's Moon Lady with an up air or something to confirm off of it. Good job on that part, as we're going to FD. A unique pick for the start of this set. No platforms in sight. How do you feel about FD?
The really nice part about this stage for Lucina is that there's nowhere for Snake to retreat to, so that juggle game is going to be that much stronger. Lucina's going to get grabbed on the way down, as we've been seeing. She's going to get juggles, and she's going to get back airs. On the other side, Snake is going to have room to set up that, camp game, that projectile game. Lucina's not going to be able to use platforms to help their approach, so there's different aspects of this game that benefit each player, and it's going to be about who makes the most of it. And Moon Lady, with an ill-advised counter, is going to be losing that stock fairly early, and 37% off the back of 2 grenades right off the spawn platform. This cannot be a replay of their set last series, where starting at 130%, Angel Eyes was able to take 2 stocks.
And right now, at 161, still living and putting on the pressure. It's Moon Lady's at 75%, but the back air. There you go. A little IRR for you.
Big call out on that roll back as well. It shows that Moon Lady is still feeling confident, still playing with that pace we come to expect from them. But Angel Eyes has cemented themselves firmly in this lead, and with that C4 hitting, Moon Lady has a big task in front of them. This stock needs to go at the very least.
And I like this already. We're going to see Angel Eyes like, okay, now you approach me. It's my turn to just sort of make space, throw out a whole bunch of, even more. Okay, though, that roll edge. You see, now Angel Eyes is sort of just hiding behind his projectiles, hiding behind his grenades, trying to say, okay, Moon Lady, you have to get through them. How much damage are you going to take before you get to me?
Yeah, it's kind of the advantage that Snake gets when the Snake player actually achieves a stock lead. They can say, all right, we're going to trade damage, or I'm going to trade with myself and take my own stock. A big mistake out of the side of Angel Eyes, who was probably looking to secure this with 2 stocks left over. That being said, if Moon Lady is taken out right now, only 2 stocks taken, that is a huge difference from the 5 stocks taken in the last crew battle, and a way better start on the side of Old Dominion.
Yeah, it's curious, because that's one thing if this is, a one-on-one set. Oh, I took my own stock from C4. But, oh my goodness. Like, down goes Moon Lady, but as I was saying, in a crew battle situation, that's a team-wide resource that, because you press the wrong button, is now gone. You still win the set, but you still win the game, but it's the difference of coming out of it with 2 stocks versus coming out of it with 1 stock like you have here. We've seen Angel Eyes do a lot with only 1 stock, but how much can they do this time?
I think the difference maker here is going to be if Angel Eyes is able to take 1 more stock or not, right? If Shenandoah is able to stop the bleeding here, if they're able to take Angel Eyes out and limit them to just one stock taken, I think that bodes well for the rest of their run through this crew battle, as Angel Eyes has been someone who's been consistently taking 4. So it's going to be on whoever comes out next. Last time it was Kip, and this time it will be Kip again, coming out on the Pac-Man. He lost a stock last time, but it was just one stock. I think he's probably feeling okay. There was lessons to be learned from the last set, absolutely, but they're really hoping to take this one. Really hoping to not lose this last stock and really hoping to even it up.
Really, it's what you have to do at this point. If you let, or if not even let, if Angel Eyes just takes your first stock, the first stock taken, I mean, it's a similar situation like we saw last time. Down 2 stocks to having to claw your way back to 1. But if you have to claw through Angel Eyes, that's going to be a lot tougher than, clawing through Fish, as we saw.
Yeah, I think something interesting too is with how this crew battle has started, with starting Angel Eyes instead of Fish, we can actually see an exact mirror of the last crew battle. The only difference being Fish is still in reserve, right? And so instead of sending out Fish first, sending out the second player from the last crew battle, and instead sending out Angel Eyes instead, we now see the exact same stock count, the exact same counter pick, and if everything goes exactly as it did, the only difference now is that instead of Pogo facing down the barrel of 5 stocks, Pogo and Fish will be facing down the barrel of 5 stocks. And I think that is where the difference can be made in the screw battle here.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see here, as like I said, we have Kip coming in on Pac-Man. Took 1 stock, had 1 stock taken last time, and now, how do you think the stage pick is going to play in this? Because I think both players are going to want something more wide open, whether it be a town and city, go back to FD, or how much zoners love PS2 these days. It's one of the lesser discussed aspects of a crew battle, but it looks like, oh my, I didn't know that stage was allowed.
Yeah, Hollow Bastion coming in for the first time this series, and it's interesting. I like the pick, and as we saw, these stages with the platform in the middle can be a safe haven for zoners to kind of camp out and make that home for themselves. Hollow Bastion with an even bigger, more substantial middle platform and bigger stage actually than Smashville had. It's going to be interesting, but I think there's also a chance for this to backfire. And the reason I say that is because if Snake gets control of that platform and control of the stocks, it can be hard for Kip to come back and approach that kind of game plan. We saw the slow play last time kind of, bite Kip because they were getting a ton of damage, but just weren't getting those kill moves out. I would like to see a couple more smart risks taken to just ensure that stock is taken at an appropriate time. And the C4 has just been a pain in the Shenandoah team side.
Yeah, and the C4 on this stage is also going to be able to, we saw earlier, hit Pac-Man below the platform, so nowhere is safe. You can't just run out of the platform and be safe from C4, as you're just going to eat it right in the teeth.
C4 back on the platform. And you're right.
Hiding.
Just placing that C4 on the platform gives you such a great opportunity to just maintain stage control. You don't even have to do anything with the C4. You just have to maintain it. You just have to stand behind it and wait for the other team or the other player to mess up on an approach, to get careless, to forget where it is, to convert into a huge move. And C4 is on the platform. And speaking of not knowing about it, speaking of forgetting about it, speaking of huge moves, the C4, as if predetermined, takes that stock from Kip, and now Angel Eyes 4 on the board once again. The consistency coming out of this player has been beyond key for this Old Dominion squad.
You know what? Even though they just got Bell up smash to be done, you still got to give him respect. That is consistency. 3 sets, 12 stocks total, 4 in each. It's
No, more than 4 in the first one.
more. Oh yeah, more than
Yeah,
more than
over
4 in the
12
first
stocks,
one.
yeah.
Over, yeah, my math is. There's a reason I don't play Pac-Man. I can't.
Yeah, the math's not there. The math's not there. So you're absolutely right. You know, the consistency coming out of Angel Eyes as just a key player in this roster who's able to take those stocks versus anyone that they throw in has been a crucial part of this Old Dominion squad. And I keep saying it again and again and again, but if this crew battle plays out exactly the same, which it has so far, with the only difference being Fish, Old Dominion is looking at the last 5 stocks of this scenario with an extra 3 stocks on their side. And with Shizue coming in on the Min, I'm getting deja vu, Maximus. I'm getting deja vu.
Deja vu all over again as the Min versus the Pac-Man, the contesting from range, the distance demon, as we've seen time and time again. Shizue just also having that consistent, not really not the stock taking consistency of Angel Eyes, but the play consistency.
Yeah.
Just started off with a little hiccup, but since that SD, it's just been, you know what you're getting. You're getting a
clean.
solid Min. Very clean, yeah. And the way we saw the last time these two players played against each other, and like with correct me if I'm wrong, just a wonky dragon laser.
A weird laser. Yeah, actually, we almost saw Kip come back in this set, where Shizue was actually saved by that kind of wonky laser. And so it's almost Shizue who it comes into this one with something to prove.
Yeah, she's always gonna be like, I got this matchup. I'm gonna prove to you I got this matchup. I'm gonna show you everything I got about this matchup, and you're not gonna be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, let's get it done. Let's get it done. And at this point, these players have played every single set. I'm pretty sure Shizue has played against Kip at some point in time. Every single set, and so familiarity. We talked about it not being a factor, but it's beginning to set in. And before that match starts, we're gonna hop to a very quick break, but don't go anywhere, guys, because Shizue versus Kip is right around the corner. We said the break would be quick, but this next match is going to be even quicker. We're hopping in with no holds barred. Shizue coming in versus Kip. Old Dominion versus Shenandoah. Set 3. And we're seeing a lot of the same, Maximus, a lot of the same.
Yeah, but with a lot of the same becomes like, okay, how deep does your bag of tricks go? We know Pac-Man has a lot. How much can you, like, essentially you have, by this point, you've gotten a full download on almost every player on their team. You know their tactics, you know what they're going to try and do. Now it's just a matter of adapting faster than they can.
Yeah.
And right now we're seeing just that from Shizue, as they're doing a great job of Kip and away, not letting them get anything started with these fair trains or even these Galaga combos. Now, still 99% to 33.
This is a way stronger start on the side of Shizue than we saw in the last set that these two played, coming out with a 60% lead on the first stock. This could spell disaster for Shenandoah if Shizue is able to come on top of this game with 2 stocks left over. That puts them in a worse spot than they were in the last set, and that is completely ignoring the fact that there's another player in reserve.
That's a great job from Shizue to keep hold of their jump on that recovery. They knew that Pac-Man was going to come out strong with a offstage fair like that, and they kept their jump like they did again, but they don't get the tether.
Scared by the pressure of that down air Kip with a force SD and making the best of that situation. Do not jump here. Do not jump. And Shizue jumps. Kip! It's what you needed. It's what you had to see in the hopes and dreams of Shenandoah right now, firmly on the back of Kip. The jump is used again. Shizue.
But the tether's gonna make it back.
Panicking in the face of this Pac-Man. After
started off.
An incredible start. The down smash.
Roll in down smash. Okay, still 71%. We saw them build 99% pretty much untouched as well. So it's not an impossibility, but you just, dang, Kip did like so much psychic damage in those 2 stocks. Just like taking your jump bolt time. It is mine now. Give it to me. How is Shizue going to respond here? And so far doing a great job of just, taking it in stride. Like, yep, it happened. Let's move on. I'm still here to take your stocks.
It's the Shizue special. Things can go wrong, but they will never be out, and they will never be shook beyond repair. That being said, they will SD, and so maybe they were shook beyond repair. Shizue with a couple of unforced errors, a couple of forced errors on the side of Kip. It's a mixed bag, and if you're Old Dominion, that hurts. That really hurts. Because Shenandoah is able to take the lead when you were looking so good, looking primed to be in a better spot than you were in the first place. And now you're playing from a deficit, and it's Fish who is going to have to show up now. It's Fish who's going to have to come back from that 3-stock deficit and prove that there's more there. Prove that they've got more gas in the tank and that they've got some more of that stock taking power. That being said, we did see Byleth versus the Pac-Man in the last series, and it did go pretty well. And so Fish will be sent in next on the Byleth, confident that they can get that stock. If Fish is able to get this without losing a stock and bringing it back to even, and then taking a stock or 2 off of whoever comes out next, preferably 2 stocks, it'll still be on Pogo to finish it out, but it'll be more doable than it was last time, sitting at 5.
The magic number here is 4.
Yeah.
Whichever team essentially gets that next 4 stocks, or like, it's going to flip it. Like, if Fish comes out here, is like, okay, gets 1 stock off Kip. They send in either Igloo or Nibstaffa, and they come out of it taking all 3. They get a 3, essentially.
Yeah.
Whichever team gets the next 4 stocks really just determines which way it goes. Because Shenandoah gets the next 4, most likely going to be a win. Old Dominion gets the next 4, we could be back to even, or Old Dominion's slight edge. So as it looks like, yes, Fish coming in next, the Byleth only has to take 1 off of Kip to move forward. A lot of pressure is put on this next stock.
Yeah. this, not only this next stock, but then also what rolls over into being the next match matter a lot right now. Because, like we said, the hopes and dreams are kind of on the back of Fish, right? Fish needs to be that difference maker. Fish needs to make that play. Something needs to happen here. We cannot see another 3 stock where it's going the way of Shenandoah. So taking their time, getting into the match, taking a breath, doing your, please let this work. The higher power, if you believe, your breathing exercises, if you have them. Something needs to happen.
The rest of Old Dominion just gather around Fish, just like spirit bomb kind of stuff, arms up, just giving them the energy.
Yeah.
To move forward and really just hammer this home for Old Dominion.
Yeah. Yep. I definitely agree with you. And we've been talking a lot about Old Dominion because of how strong they looked in the first set, but the resiliency of Shenandoah has been put on display time and time again, and that stock-taking prowess, that risk-making prowess, that consistency is showing us why this team is one that did well last year. They have those parts in place to be a strong contender, and they are experienced in this format.
And as a team, their mental game is really admirable because it's one thing to go lose the first set, come back. It's another thing to have multiple stock deficits, multiple being behind in multiple of these sets and having to come back time and time again and doing it consistently. So as we get here, going right into it, Kip, Fish, and already Fish getting these up airs started.
Yeah, a couple quick ones right off the hop, but it's Kip to answer back huge with 52%, and that down air has been finding so much value, thankfully. Fish able to make it back to the stage.
Ready, just sort of sitting at ledge there with the fire hydrant, trying to get anything going. Trying to get that more going here, and there's finding something.
Yeah, there's a little bit of pace here, but Kip has been doing a really good job of staying in that uncomfortable range for Byleth. It's not quite their preferred range, but it's not quite close range either. It's that weird middle ground where Pac-Man just has faster moves than Byleth does. And, the percentages are close. I wouldn't say it's leaning too hard towards one way or the other, but Kip has been firmly in control of this stuff for what feels like most of it. And F Smash could have come out there a little late on the reaction, and Fish is going to react accordingly.
I like that. Fish getting the roll in read they needed. Not going to get the kill off the top still, but oh my goodness.
Oh, that was so close twice.
So precarious. And now, okay, setting up. Oh, checkmate, shake my hand.
Insane. What do you do? There's so much coverage going on there. And the 39% damage combo, is Kip going to take more than one?
There we go. Once again, the imperative first stock of this set goes in the way of Shenandoah. Kip coming out big, already starting to search for that another Galaga combo.
Oh, so scary. Fish knows the implications of this game. They know how much this means and how difficult it is going to be to win if Kip takes another stock. They're playing so careful right now, and an overextension from Kip is punished, but not hard enough. Living to fight another day, another chance. The tech comes out from Fish, getting them out of trouble, but the bell, just getting the key back in hand, is caught.
What a catch!
At the ledge now, the down air coming through on the extended lead hang, and bow and arrow. What a call out. What a call out on the side of Fish. On a set that almost turned into disaster. That almost turned into disaster.
Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And I love the visual of just Byleth sending the fire hydrant away with him. Just like, take you and your fire hydrant, get him out of here. Just send to the next person. I'll take on all challengers. I'm ready. Let's do this.
Yeah. It was nice. It was nice. It was great read on the side of Fish. And it shows resilience to be willing to make a read with that side B in that dire situation, in that scariest situation. And losing a stock, it's not optimal, but it's a chance. It's a dream, right? It keeps you in the game, and it keeps Shenandoah's lead to only 1. If Fish is able to take 2 stocks off the back of whoever comes in next, it's gonna be a better position for Pogo than it was last series. That being said, if Fish doesn't take another stock, it's gonna be looking the exact same, with Pogo staring down the barrel of a 5-stock deficit.
This leads me to believe, like, Byleth, the best matchup for Byleth between a Yoshi and a Wolf. Who do you got in that?
You'd rather have the Yoshi, for sure. Yoshi's a little bit easier to box with. It's a little easier to keep Yoshi in your preferred range, and it's a little easier to juggle Yoshi once that double jump has been used. The problem with Byleth Wolf becomes Wolf's airspeed is so fast. It's comparable to Yoshi's, but then he also has that blaster to play around with. So you've got this kind of 50-50 situation where Wolf is either jumping in really quickly or playing that slow game with the blaster at a longer range than you can contest.
Looking at things now, it does look like it's going to be Mustafa on the Wolf coming in next. 2 stocks sitting left on Fish. Getting down to the wire here.
The nitty gritty, it's close as it's ever been, and I'm sure Old Dominion is kicking themselves a little bit that those min stocks went so awry. But Shenandoah looking to fully capitalize on this lead that they've earned.
Looking to take it all the way to the very end here and put away Old Dominion. Just incredible resiliency. We've seen time and time again, going all the way back to last season, the way they played. It's just sort of been the embodiment of Shenandoah is resiliency, not really getting too down on ourselves, like if things go awry, and just managing to still pull out win after win. So I feel like it's a good embodiment of the Shenandoah spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you, actually. And when you think about resiliency, it's all about closing. It's all about consistency, and it's all about playing to your best. And so Nibstafa gonna show us a little bit of what they have left, looking to put Shenandoah in a prime position to close out this crew battle. We'll see if they're able to convert.
Starting off strong there, 69%, nice, and keeping them away with the lasers a little bit. Like you said, that sort of like jumping in, fake jump ins with laser stuff. It's the Wolf special. Time and time again.
Not only is it the Wolf special, but it's actually a pretty hard mix-up to deal with, and it's part of what makes Wolf so good. Switching up between, the fair, the blaster, and then the grab gives Wolf a weird kind of like 33 option where you can't really react to what's coming next, and Wolf gets crazy reward off of it. That being said, Fish keeping themselves in this one across the board.
Yeah, Fish still doing a pretty good job here. Almost just rolling up into a down smash, but not finding it there. Trying to get anything started on Nibstafa here. Because once again, whoever takes the first stock of this one really, really dictates. It's like goes from an even game to a 2-stock deficit. And at this point in the game, 2-stock deficit could really just be a W or an L. Back throw, it does it!
That is so bad. I didn't actually think that was gonna kill at 137%. Byleth being fairly heavy, but Nibstafa looking to put their stamp on this crew battle. If they don't lose a stock, against all odds, Shenandoah will actually be in a better spot than they were at the end of the last crew battle, and that down smash barely missing.
Barely missing still. Here comes Fish trying to get something started on the ledge. Catching a nice little jump off ledge there. Going for the greedy down. You're not going to find it either, but my goodness. Wolf F tilt has been consistently one of the best ledge options since day one, but right down there.
Kill! The arrow actually not connecting either. Great grab coming out of Fish, but that also will not take the stock. Nibstafa with second chance after second chance. This stock, if it goes uncontested,
And
A sigh of relief.
Yeah.
A breath out from Old Dominion as Fish is able to take that stock, but Niv Staffa, the pressure has not stopped. The pain has not stopped. And they are looking to put the exclamation point on this series.
We've all seen MKLeo just sort of steal stocks with this character, and it's time for Fish to do the exact same. There you go, a little side B action. Off stage, down tilt at ledge, looking for anything to get started. Oh, the drift forward Nair not doing it either.
These grabs from Fish have been so good. Catching Niv Staffa, getting nervous at the ledge, catching that shield coming up at the ledge. Another up air midway up the stage will do it, and what looked like a guaranteed stock for Niv Staffa became a stock that was hard fought, but Shenandoah, off the back of an effort by Niv Staffa, off the back of an effort by Kip, are now, weirdly enough, in the exact same situation that they found themselves at the end of the last crew battle. And mind you, the exact same situation that they came out on top of.
It is 5-3. It all comes down to Polo. Wii Fit. You have a very similar situation where Polo comes out of this game against Niv Staffa like unscathed. We're back to 0 for a best of 1 for the entire match. And well, I'm not, hoping to predict the future or, not trying to give the commentator curse any bit of, a little bit of breath, but I feel like in such a back and forth set, it's only it's only the best answer. It's the most poetic ending for this whole thing. Comes down to a best of 1. Who you got? Who's the better player to really show who's the better team? And
you're 100% right. It's what you want to see. The 3 stock versus 3 stock, but Niv Staffa has kind of been that silent assassin coming off the back of that first set in the crew battle where they got 3 stock, where they had absolutely 0 impact. Since then, their impact has kind of been understated, right? It's that impact coming in the fourth quarter, right before your final player goes in, right when you need those few extra stocks to put yourself in a winning position, in a leading position. Niv Staffa has been there to make those stock leads happen. And quite frankly, with the experience and pedigree behind the Shenandoah roster, I don't see Niv Staffa not getting at least 1 off of Polo.
Yeah, because they got 1 off of Polo to start in the last match. As here we go back into it already off the start, and Deep Breathing is online. Already throwing out some reflectors as well, and just fishing for some of these up tilts. Trying to get anything started. Ooh, nice little run up grab, and there's 68%. That just goes to show you the power of Deep Breathing.
Yeah, dude, Wii Fit does a deceptive amount of damage. People almost don't realize how much damage this character could do. Nair into side B is a true combo that does nearly 80% if you have Deep Breathing. Wii Fit Trainer hits like an absolute truck with the right combo starter, and right now, Polo looking to put themselves back into this game, looking to make that 3-3 we talked about a reality, and those up tilts that we talked about in the first set are back in full force.
Still going for down to the ledge, but there you go. My goodness, the back foot. You're gonna put them on the back foot? Well, they're gonna kill you with their back foot.
It's just knowledge. It's just knowledge. It's just a knowledge difference. Knowing that you can cover the roll there with the back hit of the forward tilt, staying calm, waiting for that option. Polo is an experienced player. Polo was ready for that option, and Polo wants to make the 3-3 a reality. Niv Staffa, this stock needs to come off, and it needs to come off now.
Yep, and that right now, no Deep Breathing online. Gotta be careful. There's an up tilt again, and we've seen just what damage Polo can do off of just 1 up tilt. Gotta be very, very careful of it. Deep Breathing getting it online again at 113 to 102. This ledge option gets back on for almost 3.
Up tilt.
Not doing it just yet.
No way! The jab on the ball to get the downward angle. Niv Staffa not ready for the option coverage coming out of Polo, and you spoke it into existence. You said you wanted it, and Polo delivers a clean 3 stocks versus 3 stocks to decide the entire match.
You want to talk about a mix-up? We haven't even scratched the surface of the soccer ball mix-ups that exist with this character. You just throw it up, let it drop, and just poke it, and where it goes, only the Wii Fit knows. Only Polo knew where that soccer ball was going, and it was hitting right for Mibstafa's face. And it comes down to this. Yoshi Wii Fit for the winner of Old Dominion versus Shenandoah. What else could you want?
But not just for the winner. On more even footing than we saw last time, Polo pulling themselves up by their own bootstraps almost and finding that stock, finding the extra stock, mind you, without losing a single one. Now, instead of losing those stocks and being out of the game, instead of losing the series like they did last time, Polo has an extra stock to play with. They're on even footing, and that comeback can happen. Combine that with the fact that a match has already been played between these two players. There's that mind game going back and forth. This download has happened. And so now, it's not just a true test of the teams, but it's a true test of the resilience of these players, the adaptation of these players, and the will to win on both of these players. It could not be closer. It literally could not be closer.
The only difference was in the last set, Polo came in down a stock. And now, like, with that even footing, that's just more time. Like, okay, Polo got a lot of information that second game. Polo got a lot of information on Igloo as a Yoshi, as a player and stuff. And now, with that extra even footing and that extra stock, like, that's everything they need to really cement this comeback. And comeback cemented, we're looking at a definite MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so hard to say, right? It's so hard to say because, you know, Angel Eye's significance, Angel Eye's impact throughout the crew battle has been seen across all three sets. Polo's hasn't necessarily, but this win from a 5-stock deficit would be huge, especially in what is absolutely the fourth quarter. We're going on to Kalos, the final battle, the biggest stage that we have available, and Polo, Igloo, who's coming out on top.
I like the stage pick. It's sort of a middle ground between, like, you know, the kind of platform areas that Yoshi is going to like to play around, and then the big open space that Wii Fit just sort of thrives in. So it's really the perfect stage for the perfect ending, as there's a nice little grab looking for an up smash out of the egg there, and gets another free deep breathing all the way across the stage.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is this was Igloo's counter pick. This is meant to benefit Igloo in some way, and I think the idea is Yoshi is heavier than Wii Fit, and Wii Fit, while she doesn't have deep breathing, doesn't have a ton of kill moves outside of back air and raw smash attacks. So I think Igloo's plan here was to keep deep breathing at a minimum and make sure that they use that Kalos size to live longer than Polo does. The flip side of that is, if Polo starts running away and starts getting those deep breathings online more often, you're at risk more often.
Exactly. And now at 82% to only 40, still, like, here we see it. I'm gonna keep dash attacking you until you let me get my deep breathing. You're gonna keep coming at me because you keep smelling the syrup.
And deep breathing is almost a mix-up in itself, right? Oh, whoa! I don't know if that should have killed. On Polo with the early lead. It's the last set.
That DI is not normally. Check him controller angle.
Yeah, something is going on in the nerves. I don't know if they're getting the Igloo. Polo looking nigh unstoppable. And as I was saying, that deep breathing is a mix-up in itself. Deep breathing allows you to threaten a very strong buff and cancel it on a whim. You can kind of bait people to coming in, cancel it, and then come out with a mixed up. That being said, Igloo evens it right back up, no percent taken. An incredible answer, and these two players seem to be perfectly matched.
Oh, that was a command grab. The tongue hit at max range, and my goodness, now Igloo is hitting up air after up air, 85% to 23, and Igloo's like, no. Slow it down. We're not letting this comeback happen. My turn.
Yeah. And I think the biggest... It's just the pressure, man. And the biggest part where Yoshi can find advantages in this matchup is in that juggle game. Their juggle game is going to be stronger than Wii Fit's pretty much across the board in terms of maintaining advantage and in terms of the raw damage of their combos. So those combos need to come through, and we really saw them come through that stock. The difference maker here is, can Igloo convert the stock? Because this is a game of stocks. This is not a game of percents.
Oh no, this is absolutely game of stocks, and has deep breathing online and a full sun salutation. Back air, not gonna do just
the big stage coming out in Polo's favor. The back air not quite killing, and the smart shield at the ledge, but slowly working his way off. The up tilt has been invaluable. If you told me Wii Fit Trainer's up tilt was going to be one of the MVP moves of this series, I simply would have not believed you. The neutral getup went unpunished by Igloo. A huge missed opportunity, a huge one.
We're starting to see it time and time again now from Polo, just sort of flashing the deep breathing. Oh my gosh, just runs up and just does not care. You can take a deep breath all you want, but you're still going to get this dinosaur foot to the face.
And Igloo, seemingly off the ledge, has the right idea, is familiar with what options Polo is going to choose, but has just missed pulling the trigger a couple of times, and Polo has slowly been working their way back into this at 160%. The back air!
See, oh, but another big boot.
That is huge. Igloo needs to put on some percent, and they need to put it on now. This is the time to give yourself an advantage going into that last stock. This is not the time to get scared. This is the time to push the lead, Igloo.
This is the space of extra credit, and how much do you want to raise that GPA?
Oh, the ledge is so scary with deep breathing online. The down tilt takes it. And we were talking about 3 stocks keeping it even. How about even percents on the last stock of the series? This decides it all.
Polo was going for that down tilt at ledge every single time last match. They finally get it when they need it most. And the ground as well. 50%. We're seeing moves we haven't seen all day coming out of these players. And they're all connecting, saving every single trick they have in the book.
And will we see the shield breaker come out? We have not seen the Yoshi down B convert into a shield break yet, but it could be something safe for the last stock. You have to be worried about it. The percents, even across the board, the deep breathing is online. The sun salutation is online, and Igloo is swinging for the fences.
Oh my god, I'm so surprised there wasn't a short hop back air off that to punish that. It's like one of the big things.
A miss on the conversion, not getting hit 2 of the back air to convert into the F smash, and now at 120%, does he have a jump? He does. But it's taken away in Polo! With the up tilt up here, the kill confirmed, the 5-star come back in the old Dominion. Looking like the new Dominion. Dominating and coming in to this season with a 3-0 lead over Shenandoah.
That is a statement win. Shenandoah doing so well last season and now already being handed their first L by Old Dominion sets them up beautifully for the remainder of this season. An amazing job from Polo to clutch it out easily. MVP of the set, literally down to the wire. Last stock situation, game 3. How else could you want it? And it can't just the up airs. Up airs.
Like, it's the up airs and the up tilts, man. I've never seen up tilt find so much value in my entire life. It's crazy. As that set comes to a close, man, as close as it could have been, we have to shout out Shenandoah for making that such a close series. But congratulations to Old Dominion for coming out on top 2-1. We're gonna hop to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the winners at Old Dominion. back, everybody, to week 3 of league play in the Naystar League. In case you guys missed it, Old Dominion just came out on top 2-1 over Shenandoah. And we have the best interview I think we could possibly ask for lined up here. Polo from the side of Old Dominion is joining us here after what was an insane 5-stock comeback to close that one out. How you doing, Polo?
I'm doing good. How about y'all?
Very
fantastic.
Very good. I think my first question is coming into that, 5-stock deficit. That's what you saw in the set coming before this last one, and you kind of fell a little bit short on that first one. What were you thinking going into that exact same situation? How did you mentally get yourself ready for that?
I didn't have the best warm-up coming in. I actually just came from a basketball game because I'm in the band too. So after, I kind of played that first game, I kind of, took a few deep breaths, listened to some music, and then, thought about what I did wrong, and then just try to play the best of my ability. I really examined what my opponents did when they were playing against my teammates, and I think that helped a lot as well.
Polo, we can't talk enough about Polo, we can't talk enough about how important consistency is and coming in with the right mindset. When you send, your team sends in somebody, it's what is the mindset going in? What is your ideal stock count to take? Obviously, everybody wants to take 3. Sometimes, you only get 1, you only get 2. What is when you get sent in? What is your mindset?
My real thing is, as long as you play it to the best of your ability and you really genuinely try, I think that's all you can really ask for. I tried my best in the first game and I came up short, but I really adapted and I had the thought process I spoke about, and I tried my best the second game and it happened to work. So
I think that's a great spot to be in, and especially in high pressure situations. And the results speak for themselves. I think the other player that we had noted as kind of a pillar for your team in that series at the very least was Angel Eyes, who came out and took at the very minimum 4 stocks every time he was on the screen. Was that a person you expected to perform at that level, or was that kind of a surprise, or how are you guys feeling about Angel Eyes' performance?
Angel Eyes always puts in work. That's my goat. So I know I can rely on him whenever he comes in. So
absolutely, shout outs to him.
Shout out Angel Eyes. And going in, knowing Shenandoah has that history of what they did last season. How did y'all prepare for this week?
Well, the best we can do is take a look at the VODs that they had and, look at the set counts on PG stats, what kind of characters they do well, not do as well against, and just formulate a game plan based off, whatever data we have. And we knew what happened last year. We fell up short just a little bit, but I think our game plan was better around this time, for sure.
That is awesome to hear. And like we've said, I think the results speak for themselves. It was quite honestly a thrilling finale. You put on an amazing performance, a 5-stock comeback to put you guys over the top. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Polo, and thank you so much for the show that you put on for us.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, our day comes to a close. Another exciting evening of Naystar League Super Smash Bros. Action. Thank you so much for joining us on stream today. I have been Nurse. This has been Maximus on the other side. We will see you guys next week with some more Smash Bros. Action.